Kaafu Watanabe. Third side goes to blue. Back up.
Welcome to day one of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
Pretty good opening ride for blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second already goes to white, third already to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. Alright, blue up and riding, local talent. Now blue has first priority. Time called 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
Welcome to day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
Up and right or first wave. See how moves. Up and riding. Now third side goes to white. Blue. Second side goes to green. White has second priority. Blue has third priority. Next fifth, can you please do back turn to channel? You still have 3 minutes remaining. All fleets must wait for the horn to move into the competition area. White little point. This will be his fifth ride. Just a moment. Again.
2023, and we saw some amazing action from all the surfers, including the women today. Tune in tomorrow for more. Welcome to day 2 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Blue. Try to go to green. Try to go to green. Then try to go to red. 30 seconds. Riding the big wave.
Welcome to day 1 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
The opening ride for Blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second riding goes to white, third riding to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. All right, Blue up and riding, local talent. Now Blue has first priority. Time called 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
Welcome to day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
Left right or first wave. See how moves. Blue up and riding. Now first ride goes to white. Blue. Second ride goes to green. White has second priority. Blue has third priority. Next in, can you please do back towards the channel? You still have 3 minutes remaining. All fleets must wait for the horn to move into the competition area. White, little point. This will be his fifth ride. Just a moment. Again.
2023, and we saw some amazing action from all the surfers, including the women today. Tune in tomorrow for more. Welcome to day 2 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Body goes to green. Body goes to green. Second body goes to red. 30 seconds. Riding the fifth wave. Opening up. Red. First ride. Keep the band. Keep Watanabe. Third party goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day 1 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
Pretty good opening ride for blue. Putting his fourth wave. Now second party goes to white, third party to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. All right, blue up and riding, local talent. Now blue has first priority. Time called 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
Welcome to day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
Blue on the right, our first wave. See how moves. Blue up and riding. Now third party goes to white. Blue. Second party goes to green. White has second priority. Blue has third priority. Next in, can you please do back turn for channel? You still have 3 minutes remaining. All fleets must wait for the horns to move into the competition area. White little point. Going to be his fifth ride. try to go to red. 30 seconds. Right in the big place. Opening up. Red. First ride. Keep the band. Keep Watanabe. Third party goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day one of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
The opening ride for blue. His fourth wave. Now second party goes to white, third party to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. All right, blue up and riding, local talent. Now blue has first priority. Time calls 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
Welcome to day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
On the right or first wave. See how moves. Blue up and riding. Now third party goes to white. Blue. Second party goes to green. White has second priority. Blue has third priority. Next team, can you please move back towards the channel? You still have 3 minutes remaining. All teams must wait for the horn to move into the competition area. White, little point. Again.
amazing action from all the surfers, including the women today. Tune in tomorrow for more. Welcome to day 2 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Flag goes to green. Flag goes to green. Second flag goes to red. 30 seconds. Riding the big wave. Opening up. Red. First ride. Keep Watanabe. Third party goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day 1 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
Look at the opening ride for blue. Putting his fourth wave. Now second party goes to white, third party to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. All right, blue up and riding, local talent. Now blue has first priority. Time called 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
Welcome to day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
Left right or first wave. See how move. Blue up and riding. Now first party goes to white. Blue. Second party goes to green. White has second priority. Blue has third priority.
23, and we saw some amazing action from all the surfers, including the women today. Tune in tomorrow for more. Welcome to day 2 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Blue goes. Flag goes to green. Flag goes to green. Second flag goes to red. 30 seconds. Riding the fifth place. Opening up. Red. First ride. Keep the band. Keep Watanabe. Third party goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day 1 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
The opening ride for blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second already goes to white, third already to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. All right, blue up and riding, local talent. Now blue has first priority. Time called 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
Welcome to day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
Left right or first wave. See how moves. Left and riding. Now first side goes to white. Blue. Second side goes to green. White has second priority. Blue has third priority. Next in, can you please do back turn to channel? You still have 3 minutes remaining. All fleets must wait for the horn to move into the competition area. White, little point. Ride.
competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Blue. Flag goes to green. Flag goes to green. Second flag goes to red. 30 seconds. Riding the fifth wave. Opening up. Red. First ride. Keep the band. Keep Watanabe. Second ride. First ride green. Third ride goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day one of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
Look at the opening ride for blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second already goes to white, third riding to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. All right, blue up and riding, local talent. Now blue has first priority. Time called 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
Welcome to day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
Left rider, first wave. See how moves. Blue up and riding. Now first rider goes to white. Blue. Second rider goes to green. White has second priority. Blue has third priority. Next in, can you please do back turn to channel? You still have 3 minutes remaining. All teams must wait for the horn to move into the competition area. White, a little point. This will be his fifth ride. Just a moment. Again.
2023, and we saw some amazing action from all the surfers, including the women today. Tune in tomorrow for more. Welcome to day 2 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave.
Welcome to day 5 of action here at the ASF Asian Surfing Championship. Shannon Hughes here alongside Mal Caithness to call the action, and we've got a shorter day of competition ahead of us, kicking off with our women's repechage round 1, followed by our under 18 girls repechage round 1, and our under 18 boys repechage, our open men's repechage after that, followed by the Aloha Cup this afternoon, Mal, so it's going to be a great day of surfing.
Oh, absolutely, Shannon. Look, the dreamy, idyllic island existence, it just continues to, frankly, smother me at the moment. We've been here for, what, 7 or 8 days. Every day has been picture perfect, and the waves are still pumping today. Maybe not quite the same level that we've had in the last few days, but the good news about that is the forecast for the next 2 days is actually then going back up again. So, I don't know, pinch me, is this real? And today is going to be even a super fun day with the Cup coming up a little bit later on today. For all you viewers out in Webland, if you haven't seen that before, that is so much fun, that event. So we'll elaborate on that a little bit further on. But who have we got up first this morning, Shannon?
Yeah, so we've got our open women's division that will be heading out in the water for their first repechage round, so that's going to be really exciting to see. We've got a surfer from the Maldives, a surfer from Japan, and 2 surfers from Lebanon, so that's going to be great. But for right now, let's take a look at highlights for what we've seen in the action so far.
Welcome to day 4 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023. The waves are still absolutely pumping. Nations from all over Asia are here to compete. Tune in for all of the action.
Well, it's going to be a beautiful day of action. As you can see, we are here in the Maldives at Thulusdhoo Island specifically. The surf break is called Cokes after the Coca-Cola factory that is here on the island, still operating and providing great bit of employment for the local community. And it sounds like our buzzer has sounded, Mal, and we're going to be up and going with our first heat of the day. Now, taking off for heat number 1, repechage run 1 on the women's side, we have Aya Nassim from the Maldives, Rika Shoji from Japan, Lena Abdonor from Lebanon, and another Lena from Lebanon, Lena Alam. So 4 great surfers looking for their chance to keep themselves moving through the draw and try and avoid elimination as it is a repechage round.
Oh, absolutely. And look, I'm just going to revert back to that highlights package a little bit while we've got the girls getting themselves settled in here at the moment. But yeah, the Maldives, have the Tourist Association thought about this one? Come for a fortnight and stay forever. And I don't mean that in a physical capacity, but you come here for 2 weeks. This is hands down the best surf trip I've ever been on as far as natural resources, you know, everything goes. And I don't know, when you leave the island, I've got a feeling that your mind is going to be left here forever, and you're just going to be remembering the dream as it was to be here. So all these surfers, the common denominator in that highlights package too, Shannon, was the smiles. My goodness, what a place. You know, we have been welcomed by the local surfers, by the local community, and yeah, as I say, come for a fortnight, stay forever.
It's a great way to think about it. It's been an incredible time to be able to spend, you know, so much time in the water here. I mean, it is so warm. It is so inviting. There's great little sandy beaches. Of course, there's some coral in the mix as well, but there's some beautiful spots that are so clean, so crystal clear and safe for swimmers that maybe aren't at the highest capability, don't feel the most comfortable in the water. They don't want to be out in these more open ocean, in the swell, in the, you know, that kind of those surf spots. There's so many great opportunities to just be in the water. It's child friendly. There's so many nice little lagoons for kids to be playing in, as well as world-class surf for some of the world's best. Let's take a look now at our opening ride for Aya Nassim. The local Maldivian gets 2 turns to start things off, and she'll put a score on the board to kick off this heat.
Absolutely.
As we've got a paddle there quickly from our surfer in blue, Rika Shoji from Japan, unable to get into that one. And let's take a look at this first replay.
All right, so here's our local girl. This is a little goofy footer on her backhand here, and yeah, just a couple of searing turns in. Now, I like the strategy. This is pretty well much her coach in a corner. You can pick this one. So for our women's division today, she's decided to get an early start, just get the feet on the wax, as it were, just scruff up the traction a little bit there. Couple of, you know, searching little turns. Won't be huge, but the important thing is now on the board to be able to paddle back out, get into the priority travelator, as it were, work her way up to the top of that priority listing, and then she's going to want to then start improving. Hopefully, towards the end of the heat, her best surfing will be showcased, and her better scores will be then added together to give her a possible out of 20 to see her progress through this rep round.
Always so nice to be able to just get that first wave, especially close to the buzzer. Be able to get a score down, start to build on that, find the place in the lineup. Like you said, as that priority rotation gets put into place, can really start to kind of set the tone, set that strategy, and really calm down some of the nerves paddling out, especially when it's first heat of the morning, 9 a.m. here local time in the Maldives. And we're going to have a short day of competition today. If you're just tuning in at the start of this heat, we will be running through our women's repecharge round, followed by our under 18 girls repecharge round, and then our men's repecharge round after that. That's going to wrap us up with about 7 heats, I believe, for the day. And then we're going to fall into our Aloha Cup this afternoon, which will be really fun to see underway. Rika Shoji now up and riding, goes in to hit the lip on a heavy section and goes down. That was a challenging finish. She's really looking for that open face opportunity. Let's take another look here.
Okay, so here's our Japanese woman surfer up and riding now. So here we go. Series of traverse turns on the face here. She was looking at getting one major turn there, and look, she has just collided with that oncoming little bit of a left-hand section there, so doesn't quite get that right. The intent was there, I think. I think she saw that wave didn't have too many maneuverable positions in that first section of it, so she thought, right, one closeout maneuver here may give me some sort of a score to build on, but unfortunately for her, she's not able to complete that. So the wave itself is almost a point, but it also is a little bit of a peak. There is the odd left that'll break off this one, and we have actually seen 2 surfers over the last week or so take off on the left, and they're also then trying to punt into that little bit of wind that's been buffing across the left-hander. Albeit no big scores are coming from the left, so pretty well much 99.9% of the time here at Cokes it is a right-hander, and yeah, in that instance, unfortunately for her, nothing went quite right. So early days. The job is never over until the final hooter sounds. Is it, Shannon? And she's got plenty left to go here, so scores are in, or no, actually they're probably going to have a look at comparisons here, aren't they?
That's right. So first heat of the morning, first heat of the round as well for the women out here, or not very first heat of the round, but just judges being able to watch some of those replays to set the scale for what we're going to be seeing today.
Yeah, no, the judges often do that generally speaking, they like to get a point of difference, and in fact, a 1 point of difference is what they're aiming for, dependent. If the two waves are similar, they'll pick the eyes out of it. They'll say which is the best one, which is the weakest one. They'll go with their scores in whole numbers, normally only, and then that way with 5 judges, the highest score and the lowest score gets thrown out, and then the computer system averages the other 3 scores to get it to a decimal place and then get the exact score. So Perry Hatchett, head judge up there, plenty of experience, you know, having come up with the 2-wave system. He and Rabbit Bartholomew got that thing going, and boy, oh boy, what an innovation that was to the sport. And I just love the priority system too, Shannon. It means everybody gets equal fair share of what's going on out there, and pretty well much instead of hassling, it's let your surfing do the talking nowadays in the modern era.
Yeah, and that's the best thing about it, especially surfing waves that have generally a defined takeoff zone where it is, you know, I mean, this wave, as you just described, does have that opportunity to go left, but it's primarily a right, and it almost functions like a point break. And so when there's that priority in place, it means that those surfers are not going to push each other so far up the beach or up the point around the corner that they're going to be too deep to even catch waves and let their surfing do the talking.
No, it's really has been a great innovation and a modern innovation in the sport. So yeah, I don't know. I think, you know, I'm looking forward to this afternoon. The Cup, the Asian Cup, is going to be super, super fun. And for you crew out there in Webland, tune in a little bit later. I think there's going to be about 3 of us on commentary this afternoon, so we're going to be able to pick the eyes out of this thing and explain to you exactly how the team aspect of this works. And it's been my experience that this is one of the funnest parts. You've got crew on the land, hooting, cheering, yelling. We've got a little bit of the Iron Man part of it, where the last surfer has got to make his way paddling fast to the buoy and then finish it for the team. So if you've got nothing to do this afternoon, or even if you've got something to do, tune into the Asian Surfing Championships on YouTube, and it's going to be a fun afternoon. Got a little replay here. I confess, oh no, this is the very first wave, so we just have a look at that. So I guess scores must have come in here now, so we'll see what she's got and then see where the judges hung. There we go, look at that, Shannon. That basically described exactly what we were talking about here. Would you like to elaborate on these scores?
All right, so we've got a 2-point ride on the board for our surfer in blue, Rika Shoji. Just that kind of pump down the line, was unable to get that completed maneuver. Could have been looking at something in the 3-point range had she been able to pull off that turn. But for Aya Nassim, a 3-point ride for those couple of small maneuvers does put her into that leading position within the heat. And it's our local Maldivian. We could see just a moment there before on screen that we had the coaches pack. We had the Japan team, we had the Maldives team, and the Lebanon coach there, all on our little deck right on the top of the point where they're able to paddle out from on the island. And you could see them there with their hand signals, really giving those surfers, you know, some of those vocal cues, but as well possibly using those flags to point them for where they should be sitting in the lineup.
So yeah, no, if you want to be the judge at home, that's how that works. It's an interesting one. I often sit there at home and watch it on the screen. It's a little bit different because your television is 2-dimensional. Okay, it doesn't really allow us for 3-dimensional scoring of scores, but you can sort of get a bit of a handle on what the judges are doing there. So Reds, in my opinion, was obviously the better wave. They've gone with a 3 on that, and then 2, they've said, okay, let's have a look. That's perhaps not as good as what Reds' ride is, so they'll say we'll score that under, and then they've given them that 1 point of separation. It's so much more fun than when we see sort of perhaps later on some of those heats going where your first wave could be an 8, and then your next wave could be a 7. And then you're able to then score in those ranges up and down from that. When you get rid of that whole number concept, you've used them up, you'll then go to your half points and then use them to determine, in other words, you're actually comparing rides.
Well, we got a set rolling through here. It doesn't look like anyone's quite in position for it. And some of them look like they're swinging a little bit more wide. So it's making it a little more difficult to be in position to actually find that good takeoff zone. Little split peak action as it's rolling through here at Cokes. Currently in our women's rapid charge heat number 1, 15 minutes on the clock. Aya sitting in the lead with a 3-point ride. Ricky Rika showed you with a 2-point ride, and we're still waiting for both of our Lebanese women to get a wave. Lena Abdonor and Lena Alam. Lena Abdonor, wearing the green jersey, was in the booth with me a couple of days ago and got to hear so much about surf culture back at home for the Lebanese crew. There's a paddle for our surfer in white, Lena Alam, unfortunately unable to get into it. But both of these women very passionate about developing surfing from the grassroots level in Lebanon. And for Lena Alam in the white jersey, specifically passionate about pouring into the women that are coming up, the next generation of female competitors. She's been surfing for many years and is one of those that's really a pioneer of Lebanese surfing on the women's side. So that's been really exciting to be able to see the growth within that country as we got a set starting to roll through here, Mal.
Yeah, no, this is more like it. So who's in the chute for this one? Colours are paddling up and over the first one. Our two Lebanese women surfers have decided no, they're going to duck dive that one there.
Just caught too far inside, unfortunately. We'll see if this one is going to be able to put anybody into position.
Not quite.
Not quite. And some of those bigger sets still rolling through, which is challenging when now that it's really slowed down. We started to notice that through yesterday afternoon. Started to notice that in the surf at breaks all across, the kind of atolls here that a lot of the surfers were paddling out to through the afternoon. Had a surf down at Jailbreaks yesterday afternoon, and the Japanese team was out there. And you could notice that the longer we were in the water, the slower it was between those sets rolling through. And it kind of felt like a heat out there because there were so many people. You were all scratching and kind of getting into those positions and trying to get waves off of each other. But there were still some sizey sets rolling in, and it was catching everybody off guard because it would be so long in between that everyone's then deciding they're going to paddle to the inside, try and get a smaller wave, get a few, maybe 2 or 3 smaller waves, and then suddenly those sets would roll in. They'd swing a little wide and clear out the lineup.
Well, yeah, that's what you're doing, is you're describing the last gasp of this swell. It's pretty well much lasted for 6-7 days now, and yeah, I'm thinking that who knows as the day goes on with this new fresher swell on the horizon at this point, some of those little forerunners for this secondary swell that's out there at the moment may start appearing in the lineup today. So with the bathymetry that's off the coastline here this afternoon, it could refract that new swell around onto the Cokes Reef here this afternoon. And yeah, I'm thinking, my goodness, things have just gone so good for us. Who's this up and riding now?
Rika now up and riding. This is a great opening turn for the Japanese competitor. Back into the foam after that second cut back. Sets her line here, and she'll kick out quick. So 3 maneuvers, and by far the best wave of the heat so far. Really going to set herself apart.
Oh, absolutely. Look, when we, for the benefit of the replay, folks, get ready to check this out. This is Japanese engineering in precision with what she's doing here on this wave. So she realises that she just needs 2 scorers under her belt at this point, and therefore says, look, all right, let's make sure that our manoeuvres are clean, they're fast, and they're smooth. And in GP Moto racing, fast is smooth. That's the mantra they work with. Look at this. Nice smooth turn. Angles here on the heel side rail. Cuts back. That's the better of the first 2 turns, that one there. Last turn here to finish. And this is going to be a good score in the context of this rep heat, as a matter of fact.
All right, so scores are in. It's a 5.5. Quick from the panel. Sets Rika up in the lead. Aya Nassim, the marine biologist from the Maldives, is sitting in that second place position. She's now chasing a 4.51 to be able to put herself into the lead, but she is already in that advancing spot as both of our Lebanese surfers have yet to catch a wave. You can see them paddling there over the shallow coral reef just below. And a lot of Aya's work, our surfer in red, is specifically here in the Maldives to help protect the coral, to be able to really educate the next generation, as well as, being in the water herself, helping to rejuvenate some parts of the coral reef that have been bleached, that are dying out, to really try and revive them, because they provide the actual protection for every atoll, for all of the islands from these big swells that come through. And of course, because of those coral reefs, we have such great waves like this here in the Maldives.
Oh, awesome. That's a great insight there. I guess, to help you a little bit with that one as well. I can't remember who I was talking to, but they said that shooting, or spearfishing and shooting and catching parrotfish is now illegal. And the reason why is because the parrotfish's natural diet is coral, and it eats the coral, but then it excretes sand when it's eating the coral, and that sand then is what causes the build-up of the white sandy beaches on all of the islands. And that's what they want, is for us to make sure that we don't decimate their coral stocks for them, that we actually let the parrotfish have the coral stocks to be able to feed on, and that then with them excreting the sand, that's what these beautiful idyllic white sandy beaches in the main come from. Millions of parrotfish over millions of years have created this eighth wonder of the world, and yeah, let's make sure that we look after it, and all credit there to Rika. Sorry.
Yeah, it is for Aya, for the
Aya,
work that she's doing here at home. I mean, that's an amazing bit of insight as well, and just that kind of reflection, or that reminder that everything is there for a reason, right? Every creature, every person here for a reason, and for the parrotfish, it is to create sandy beaches, and that's an amazing thing.
And just quietly, they're not that good to eat anyway. If you
we'll
were
let
desperate,
them stay out there. They've got a different role. There's plenty of other fish in the sea for us to be eating.
yeah, no, if you were desperate, you might eat a parrotfish, but no, they're not that good to eat anyway, so there you go. And they're too easy to shoot too. They'll pretty well much look at you, and there's no challenge in that one as well. So yeah, leave the parrotfish alone.
We'll love seeing that protection. As we can see, Lena Abdelnour, have a look at that wave. Unable to get into it, unfortunately. And we'll see if anyone takes a look at this one. Looks like it's starting to stand up, smaller sized wave. We'll just lose sight of our surfers for a moment, and she's nearly in position, but maybe wouldn't have been in close enough to be able to really be on the peak of that wave. Lena Abdelnour, who's our surfer in the green jersey that was in the booth calling one of the heats with me a couple days ago, she is a former snowboarder. She's a national champion for Lebanon, and was just sharing with me the beauty of the country there, that there's this beautiful coastline on the Mediterranean Sea. They're located just north of Israel on on the map, and straight through the middle of Lebanon is this amazing mountain range. And she says it kind of, to me, sounds the most similar to a place like California, where you've got the coastline, you've got the mountains that strip down the entire length of the state or the country, and you're able to snowboard and surf in the same day. She said the culture there is amazing, that it's such an active and healthy lifestyle for so many of the Lebanese people that are living there, and just made it sound like one of the most inviting places and most beautiful places in the world to visit. So it's been really great to get to know that crew. They're going to be competing in the Aloha Cup this afternoon. We're going to have 4 different nations competing for that coveted Aloha Cup title. Team Japan, Team China, Team Maldives, and Team Lebanon. They're going to have 4 surfers in the water, and it's going to all happen in the water, where they're actually going to be placed out there off of a buoy that has been kind of that buoy where our surfers have been able to paddle out to kind of before the start of their heat. And it looks like we might have some live action here. Quick paddle, unfortunately just out of position for all of our surfers to be able to get a piece of the action. But it's going to be a fun afternoon. We'll have one 1-hour heat. That'll just be a final, and the winner will take home some great bragging rights.
Well, I'm going to go with Team Lebanon on that one, okay? I've been really, really impressed with them. And as you say, Lena, I did hear that she was a national snowboarding champion, and she tried to bring the crossover in board sports to surfing. And I did ask her, I said, well, what do you like? She said, oh, Mel, I love snowboarding, and I love snowboarding too. But she said, I love surfing even better. And she's only been doing it for 2 years, I think. That's what she said. And
yeah, so she's been surfing since she was 23, so nearly a decade now,
oh, right,
but didn't grow up surfing, although the surf community, she was sharing with me in Lebanon, as we've got a paddle here, and up and riding our surfer in white, Lena Alam. She's been surfing since she was just a grommet there in Lebanon, and that was a great takeoff as we take another look here.
Here we go, Lena Alam, hands off the rail, feet into the proning position, and then, yeah, just for her, the hood ornament bottom turn wasn't happening, and she decided that she'd just dive off there. So, Oh, well, she's got a foot on. That's going to get her a score. She's on the board.
Now, she's originally from Lebanon, currently lives in Dubai, and she loves longboarding. That's the part of surfing that she's really most connected with. Lena Abdunar now up and riding, incredible open face, cruising down the line, kicks out just past her teammate, paddling through. So we're going to have scores on the board for both of our Lebanese competitors now.
Ooh, she utilised her priority there, Shannon. So, you know, she's got a touch of the smarts, and this is a nice little trimming wave there across the line. She doesn't see too much left going on, so she decides she's going to pull out through the back there and not get swatted by the lip. So she's got the smarts there. If you're going to pull out on a wave, you don't want to get caught in that impact zone. That's where the hardest is. It'll sweep you in on the reef. So often at times, even when you're in the barrel and you're riding and it's looking like it's going to shut down on you, you want to try and pull through it, as it were. Maybe if you're a natural footer out here, you'll grab that hillside rail with your hand, you'll punch through the green wall of the lip, and the idea is to then be able to pop up behind the wave, get away from the wave motion itself. That will then put you into a prone position to then be able to paddle and get out of the lineup and not get cleaned up.
All right, well, with those scores dropping through, the race for second is wide open. We've got 3 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Aya Nassim for the Maldives only has the single score of a 3-point ride on the board so far. With just that single score, it means that Lena Abdunar in the green jersey is chasing just a 0.94 in order to get herself the advancing position. Now that's a takeoff. She takes off, hands leave the rails, she's going to be at that score just below that 1-point range. Lena Alam, our surfer in the white jersey, is sitting with a requirement of a 1.84, so just slightly higher. She would have to actually make it down the line on that wave a little ways to make it to that near 2-point ride, similar to the score that we've just seen drop in for our surfer in green, which was a 2.07 for that great, beautiful open face trim line. Good. So this heat wide open for that second place position. And it's going to be now the question on whether or not Aya Nassim from the Maldives is able to get herself the backup score to make it that much more challenging on the rest of the field.
Good skill, Shannon. I like your analysis on all of that. So in other words, yes, the fight for second is definitely on here at the moment. So I like the way you've just said, look, all she needs is a takeoff, get up, and then boom, she could end up thrusting herself higher up the order then to be able to then get into qualifying position. I don't know if you saw when you were going through that, but the overview shot of the water photographer in the water in this crystal clear water. You could see the chasms and the gaps in the reef, and there he was treading water there with that water housing on his camera, and there was just no foam. There's nothing around him. He looks like he's swimming in a sea of glass out there at this point.
It is so pretty. The water is just so crystal clear. It's so warm and inviting to be spending as much time during the day in the ocean as possible. And we're coming down to 1 minute 30 seconds on the clock. So again, this is do or die, and we've got another wave for Lena Alam. Quick in and out. Now she's chasing a 1.84, which is going to be a higher score than the 1.17 she dropped before, as we took another look there.
This is going to be, oh, I know we're comparing ones here. This is probably one of the hardest things you've ever got to do in surf commentary, but I don't know on this one. I'm not even going to say anything because that one is either on the money or it's slightly short.
Well, it's just slightly short. It's a 1.2. It does jump her into that third place position, but unfortunately not enough to get her into an advancing spot. She's now chasing a 1.82, so it does slightly decrease her requirement. Requirement remains the same, though, for our other Lebanese surfer, Lena Abdunar, who is chasing just that 0.94, and Aya Nassim really needing to get herself on another wave to secure that position, but the clock might be working in her favor as we're down to just 30 seconds.
Yeah, certainly the sands of the hourglass look like they may not be on her side here at this stage, but look, you never know. Sometimes with 10 seconds to go, heats get turned, and we are seeing waves coming in. So come on, Huey.
Some really solid waves coming through this morning. It's really fun and contestable. There's plenty of opportunity, which is what we love to see for contests. As long as there's, you know, more than 8 waves in a heat, and right now, I mean, we're talking, you know, 10 to 15 great waves that are rolling through. That is a very contestable conditions for competitive surfing and really solid that we have seen so far this morning. Well, that was a great way to kick things off. It's Rika Shoji from Japan who takes away the win. Aya Nassim from the Maldives takes away second and advances through. Unfortunately, Team Lebanon out of the event on the women's side, but we're going to see them later on today in the Aloha Cup, so spirits will be high, and we're going to have more action to come right after this.
One. We're now in our repertoire, round one, heat number 2. Out in the water for Team Thailand, we have Isabel Faye Higgs. In blue for Team Japan, Kanon Takahashi. And for Saudi Arabia, in white, Layla Zakid. So here we have our results for our repertoire round 1, heat number 1. Winning the heat was Team Japan in blue, Rika Shoji, 7.50 points. Second was red for Team Maldives, Aya Nassim with 3.0 points. Third place was white, Lina Camille Alam for Team Lebanon, 2.37 total points. And green, fourth place, Team Lebanon's Lina Kamal Abdel Noor with 2.07 points. Red, quick in and out. That will be the first wave for Team Thailand.
For the ASF Asian Surfing Championships, we are in day 5 of competition, which is unbelievable. There's been so much going on. We began with our opening ceremonies earlier in the week, followed up by multiple days of really world-class surfing. The wave here at Cokes has been unbelievable, and we've seen so many great waves rolling through. We are currently in our women's repecharge round, heat number 2, with a great backhand attack from Kanon Takahashi of Japan. She is in the water with Thailand's Isabel Faye Higgs, who's now up and riding on her forehand, driving down the line, setting up this first section. Nice connect with the lip, wipes that water out of her face, looks almost for a little cover up here on this inside, and finds one more opportunity to get some scoring maneuvers in on the finish there. Those two women in the water up against Saudi Arabia's Layla Zahid, and it's going to be a really fun heat to be able to call the action with, mostly because myself, Shannon Hughes, is sitting alongside Mark Clift and local surfer Risha. Risha, it is so great to have you join us in the booth. Thank you so much for coming in to share some of your insights on what it's like to be surfing here in the Maldives.
Yes, thank you for bringing me here. It's
Yeah.
really nice to see this side of the event. So they're looking at the replays. They're not ideal wave choice there for the surfer in blue, Kanon, but this was much better from young Isabel, representing Thailand. She is a smart competitor. I know she does spend a bit of time in Australia. She's got the Australian father and the Thailand mother, so splits her duties between both those countries, but does serve under the Thailand banner. And just checking in, finishing a pretty useful first wave and settling some nerves. So, Rista, half the reason we brought you in is the women are in the water. You're a female surfer yourself. How good is it to live in Malé and have access to these sort of waves?
It's really nice, and I would say we're very blessed to have waves all around. So it's very easy for us to just hop on a boat and go to a different surf spot, right? And yeah, I think that's one of the very easy access part that we have, that it's nice being here, and to see the women surfing in this surf break, that's really also very cool to see it.
So for the people that are listening in, you made a good point, the access is easy. How far by boat is it from Malé to here and then to Sultan's or some of those other good waves that are a little closer? How long can people expect to be in a boat to get here?
From Malé to here, it's about 30 to 40 minutes.
Yep.
And Cokes is right here, Chickens is like 5 minutes
What
away.
about to get to Sultan's and Jailbreak and that?
Yeah.
Less, yeah?
Yeah.
20 minutes from town?
Probably, yeah, somewhat around that. So, but if you're in Thulusdhoo, it's very easy to be near all these spots. There's Sultans, Honkies, Chickens, Cokes, so all at your fingertips.
It's a pretty incredible place. I've really enjoyed my time here so far, being able to just hop on boats, whether it's to just have a little sunset cruise or to try and get some waves at the end of a contest day like this, a work day. For those of us that are working events, we don't often have access to waves of this quality when we're finished with our day of work. Usually it's like, well, it's onshore, or, you know, the contest is off the day because the surf's really bad.
Yeah.
Here it just seems to be like unbelievably consistent. The waves have not stopped since we've arrived. It's decreased in size, but the fun factor honestly is just as good. Is this, now from what I've heard, this is kind of peak time for swell here in the Maldives, this July period. How consistent is it when it's in the off season? Do you guys have waves pretty much year round, or do you kind of get some of those longer flat spells that might last for a couple weeks or a month?
We do have years all around, but not exactly like these. We'll have like good days and bad days. So, but if it's a swell season, we have quite good. Oh wow.
Oh, Kanon with a challenging finish. Just lands up on her back, does a bit of the kind of cockroach in the water, unfortunately. Take us through this one.
Yeah,
Mark.
It was a bit weird. Like, she got some good speed going on here early, and you thought, okay, she's got a groove on now, but just really late to the scene for that final hit, and things went pear-shaped pretty quick. Smarter rode out on her back, laying on a board, so that was a bit unusual.
Yeah.
It's only her second wave, though. Yet to finish a wave, but I have seen Isabel finish at ride 2. She's got one reasonable number. What would that be, Shannon?
So we got a 5.5 on the board for Isabel Higgs, who is currently sitting in the lead. And we have Rishta here in the booth with us, a local Maldivian surfer from the island of Malé.
Yes.
But you're here supporting in Thulusdhoo. How much have you enjoyed being able to see world-class surfers here at one of your local breaks?
Oh, it's really exciting to see, and especially seeing our team there with them, it's so nice. And to be able to support for them is also really fun. And I love that there are so many women from different countries here trying to take part in it. And especially Saudi, Layla, I'm so inspired by her story right now as well.
Yeah, it's really
Isabel.
incredible to see Layla in the water as we take a look at this one from Isabel.
This was a great wave. Like, look at that snap right there. Really setting up some confidence early. Great use of the rails. Another tidy snap right in the pocket. I think this is going to come in as her best score, because a third good snap in these conditions this morning. Very smart surfing here from Isabel. Really banking her first 2 opportunities and did not put a foot wrong. So tick, Isabel will have a commanding lead.
All right, so scores to drop through for Isabel Higgs. She's already got that 5.5 on the board. And Kanon for Team Japan with a 3.5. It was our other surfer from Japan, Rika, who took away the win in that last heat, and she's down on the beach with Kayla Moore.
Here with the winner of the last heat, can you tell me a bit about what was going through your head out in the water?
さっき水の中でまず何を考えてサーフィンしましたか？
とりあえず2本乗れるように考えてました。
I was concentrating in order to catch 2 waves.
Well, that's a very good strategy. How old are you? When did you get into surfing?
いくつです で何歳の時にサーフィン始めましたか？
今17歳で、10歳頃にサーフィン始めました。
I'm 17 years old, and the first time I surfed was at 10 years old.
Wow, amazing. Well, that 7 years of experience is definitely showing out there, and we look forward to watching you progress through the competition into the next round. Congratulations.
Well, Team Japan, what a powerhouse they are. And an interesting note, Shannon, Team Japan brought only juniors, and they're all surfing upper division as well. So she's that young lady there, 17 years of age, surfing in the open women's, also in the girls round.
Yeah, it's been really great to see that happening with a few of the different teams. To be able to see them competing across multiple divisions is really investing in that next generation of surfers and allowing them to get even more experience out at a break like this. Kanan now up and riding with a nice backhand attack to start things off. Sets her line, check off the top, and into that third turn. Really dynamic on the finish as we see some scores that are starting to roll through for the rest of the field.
Wow, that's going to be a good number. That will be a really strong number.
Some solid surfing. She's trying to get herself into that leading position over Isabel, who's got that 5.5 on the board. Let's take a look at it here.
All right, well, some really positive surfing here, some really drivey, turns in the pocket, generating her own pace via really tilting that board over and pushing hard. For me, the third turn here coming up, boom, got up there and actually hit the lip, half the board above the lip. The judges love to see that sort of approach. So congratulations. That was a real comeback way for Kanon, having a couple of wipeouts early on. She'll be well back in the conversation now. So Rista, out of Malay, you were saying, we were asking about the Maldivian surf team. They have 8 men in the event, 8 junior boys in the event, and only 1 solitary female. What's going on there?
Well, yeah, this time there's only 1 of us, but hopefully next year we'll have more. And there are a couple of us surfing now in this, like in Mali also we've got about 4 of us who are surfing, and we've been competing in the national event that is held every year, every end of the year. So by November, I'm hoping we'll have more as well. So next year, hopefully we'll have more.
I think that's just so encouraging as well. You know, it could be looked at in a negative light that there's only 1 woman on the Maldivian team right now, but actually the hope for the future is the fact that it's growing, that you've got more women like yourself that are starting to learn how to surf, learn how to compete across those national events, which is really impressive. And I feel like it would be setting that tone for the young girls that are growing up here in the Maldives to know that not only can they be in the water as, you know, to go for a swim or have a little float at the end of school at the end of the day, but that they can also take part in surfing just like the guys, grab a board and start learning how to get those basics done, riding the foamies, and graduate to surfing some of the really good waves that are around here.
We've got a lot of young girls also who are trying to learn as well, and we've got a couple of kids who reach out to us as well, who go like, can we learn, or would you be able to teach us also? And so it's really, there's a whole shift in the way that people look at surfing as well, especially young kids these days.
Yeah, that's amazing. What has it looked like for you when you get that, you know, those contacts? We got a few replays going through here, but we'll continue with a conversation with Rashita. What's it looked like for you guys when you have those surfers that are contacting you, especially some of those younger ones or those girls specifically that are wanting to get into surfing? Do you guys have the resources? Do you feel like you're able to connect with them to be able to get them into the ocean and start working with them in some coaching?
Well, I just pass it on to an instructor, so because I'm not that enough to be able to teach anyone yet, right? So I pass it on to the instructor. I facilitate it for them. But yeah, we've got a couple of people who are taking lessons for kids as well, and also not just kids, for us as well. So yeah, we've got those resources at the time, and it's nice to see people trying it out and loving it and falling in love with the ocean, and so yeah, it's really nice.
It's so good. Mark?
Oh, for someone like yourself here, Rista, how inspiring is it watching these other female surfers? I mean, yesterday, young Soji, a 14-year-old, did you see what Soji did? What do you take away from that when you see what she put together?
Sometimes I feel like, why did I not start sooner? I mean, there are these like 14-year-olds, 12-year-olds just charging these waves, and they're so good. And it's really nice to see how they taking on these waves as well.
Yeah, that was an incredible performance yesterday. That was one of the best 14-year-old performances I've ever seen out of a female, seriously, over a lot of years of going to surf events. So she's got a big future. And what about the other up-and-comers? You think we're going to get some other young females from Malé to come on the weekend and maybe view this contest and kind of be inspired like you are sitting right here on the shore? Do you think so?
Maybe. I mean, if they have the time, I would recommend everyone to come and have a look.
So what have you done? You've just taken the week off and gone, I'm just going to be there.
I just finished a big project and I'm taking a break. I need to, it aligned perfectly with the time.
Well, let's take a look here at our heat leader. She's already got an 8 on the scoreboard, which was 2 waves before. Just one big hit on her forehand there, and she'll kick out. So feeling like she would be redeeming herself after the performance in her opening round where she fell into the repecharge, and really putting together some dynamic surfing out there.
Okay, which leads me to ask the question, what did Canon get for her last wave? That was a pretty strong ride as well.
She's got a 7.17, so really tight now between first and second in the water. Isabel sitting in the lead with an 8 and a 5.50. A score still to drop for that last wave, but it likely won't factor into her top 2. Kanan Takahashi of Japan is sitting with a 7.17 and a 4.33, and it is our surfer from Saudi Arabia who's got a score on the board. Layla's got that 0.33, and it's been amazing to see her here and representing a nation that's also newer to surfing, that is pioneering surfing through Saudi Arabia. And really incredible to be able to see them growing their women's team. I feel like kind of in a similar, maybe slightly farther behind where the Maldives is at in that conversation, but they're on the way there, and they've got women that are in the lineup and competing.
Yeah, which is really the first step, right? I was just having a chat with Layla before her heat, and she was also like, it's really interesting to be able to surf here. She didn't think she was going to make it. She was just like, I'm just going to go for it. And I'm like, you went for it. So that's what it takes, right? And she's such a nice girl. It was really nice having that chat with her, and it was very empowering. Very empowering.
I couldn't agree more. She's been competing at the World Surfing Games. She was there this year in El Salvador, and that's a really challenging wave to be surfing in. I mean, it is. We talk about the fact that the Maldives has really world-class waves, but the power is not so extreme. It's often compared to being, you know, a lot less powerful than Hawaii or than you know, Indonesian waves. But El Salvador, where the World Surfing Games has been held, and spots like for Layla beginning to enter her competitive career, those waves get compared to the power that happens at Hawaii. They are so, they can be really, really hectic and really kind of stressful to be surfing in. So it's been really incredible to see her represent on that side. The Saudi team has had a couple of women that have been competing on that, and it's been great to see her here represented this week.
Yeah, it was really nice.
All right, so having said all that, what about in Malé? What are the waves there like to learn in? Are they strong, or are they all reef? Is it kind of challenging stuff to get into as a beginner?
Yeah, I mean, it's not easy, and we've got like a couple of different points. So there's a second reef, and there's Paddan, and then there's a middle wave. So it's like coming from all over. So you need to know like a good spot or like a good day to head in if you're learning.
Well, it must be tricky because most people learn on, say, a beach break. You know, it's nice and easy, it's non-threatening and stuff like that. So I guess to get out there for the very first time and you're over reef and you've got to negotiate that, and you might be a bit concerned about the bottom and all those sort of things. Do they have a board riders club over there in Malé?
A board riders club?
Like a club, a surfing club that has regular monthly contests or anything like that?
We've got the association, like the
Do they
MSA.
run regular events in Malé? Or
not in Malé exactly. They've got a league running around the country.
That's right. Can you tell us about the league and how long it's been running for?
I'm not sure exactly because we're not in it.
Oh, right, yeah, because you're not competing in it. But there is a surf league here in the Maldives. A lot of the guys that are competing in have been competing across those events for a long time, and it seems that it's really helped to develop the kind of competitive circuit here within the Maldives.
Yeah, we did participate in it 1 year. I think it was 2021. The girls also got a chance to be in all those different spots as well. So that was in down south and in centrals, and But now we're not there anymore. But they're going to have one this month. And after this event, we're going to have the league here.
Here at
Yeah,
Cokes.
yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
I've seen some posts about those.
That's so good. It's great to be able to hear more about kind of the growth of competitive surfing here, because we know that surfing has been around for a long time, since, you know, the 1970s for modern surfing, but also just that the people of the Maldives have been in the ocean. I mean, from what I've read, it's, you know, in the folklores and the poems and the songs
Yeah.
from the ancient traditions of being in the water and not just swimming or, you know, catching fish or just kind of enjoying the ocean, but actually riding waves,
Yeah.
bodyboarding and riding on planks of wood.
Yeah, planks of wood was a huge thing. Yeah.
There's the beach scene here this morning, folks. That's what we roll up to every day. Our work day starts once we move out across that little boardwalk there out onto the Judges Tower. We're positioned just under, well, the bottom floor of the Judges Tower. Perry Hatchet up top there, proceeding over all the judges. There's plenty of them. We have some local judges. We have an Indonesian judge. We have an Australian that's come up to help out with judging duties, Nick Muntz. We have another young lady who's come to help out with the priority judging. Have you ever done any of that side of surfing, Rista, regarding judging or anything like that? Have you tried your hand at anything else?
No.
No?
Yeah.
It's a good thing to do, because if you get used to doing all the other parts of perhaps an event site, like learning how to judge, and then, you know, as you grow up a little bit and get a bit older, you sort of step into perhaps a coaching, mentoring role, and there's a lot more to surfing events than just pulling the rash vest on.
Yeah.
And it's a good way to help yourself
We
learn
took
as well.
one lesson for judging during, I think it was in Himafushi, like nearby. Yeah, that was about it.
It's tricky. It's
Ye-
a lot
yeah.
harder than people think, and
It is actually.
it's such a hard job. The concentration level, and just to be able to compare rides all day long and heat after heat. It's
Yeah.
you know, it's a massive effort. I take my hat off to the people that do it. I used to, but then I find it much more fun sitting here behind a microphone and talking to people like you, and just having fun. And we don't have the stress value that the
Yeah,
judging
I can
panel
imagine.
have. It is. It can get quite stressful up there. So I'd much rather be doing this.
Of course. I can see why.
But it is a good way to help learn for yourself about what are the important things to do when you are in a contest. It will just also help your skill level to see the best and how they do it and their techniques and all that. So my advice would be, don't be shy.
Yeah.
Have a go.
Well, we're down to 5 minutes on the clock. It's been so great to have Rashida here in the booth to teach us more about surfing across the Maldives and what that has looked like. Our surfers in the water, we've got Isabella Higgs, who is currently sitting in the lead. Representing Team Thailand, actually lives in Sydney in Australia and has been competing a lot on that side. So it's cool to see her now representing her home country of Thailand.
There's her
And there's her mom there on the beach. But for her, you know, getting to kind of develop some of those skills back at home in
She can hear
Australia
us.
as
Hello.
well.
Hope you're enjoying your morning.
So Isabel currently sitting in the lead, Kanan for Japan sitting in second, and it's pretty tight between the two of them. Isabel has about a 2-point jump on her from the heat totals, and she is sitting with that 8-point right on the score, though, with Kanan with a 7.17, and she's chasing a 6.34. Now for Layla Zahid, we've been talking about her a little bit. She's now in a combination situation, so she would be needing 2 big scores on the board. But for Layla, it's just really incredible to see her participation. She's only been surfing for 7 months. She's 25 years old, and she learned how to surf in Morocco about 7 months ago. And in that short amount of time, she placed second at the Saudi National Championships. And was able to get herself into that conversation for the World Surfing Games. And she said that surfing, you know, she's obviously wanting to develop her skills and learn how to surf more critically, but really it just gives her that escape from life, that freedom, and it really helps to reduce her stress levels.
Right.
I think that's the same thing for so many of us as surfers. As we take a look at Isabel, just going for that tail slide on the inside.
Yeah, mushy wave, lots of chop on this thing. This was a hard wave to surf. She probably realistically didn't need it, having a 7 and a 5.5, I think it is, or an 8 and a 5.5. So she surfed a great heat. Those first 2 waves, really smart surfing there by Isabel. I actually had a paddle with her this morning, but we'll get back to this as well. So Blue now Kanon overcooks her first move on that wave. So it doesn't really matter because Layla, a little bit less experienced than the other 2. She's only had 1 wave. She's out there just soaking up the moment and happy to be here participating in the Asian Surfing Championships. It's a it's a whole nother side to this event. Some people realise that they're probably not going to advance too far through the draw, but their stoke is the same as everybody else.
Yeah.
Here's the Lebanon team. Their stoke is real. It's right there. She's out in the water with 2 other female surfers and just really just enjoying these 25 minutes, regardless of the result or how many waves she catches. She's out there having a go.
Yeah.
Down to 2 minutes on the clock, and this has been such a cool experience to just be here in the Maldives this week and to meet so many surfers from around the world.
Yeah.
There's the Saudi Arabian team,
Yeah, boys.
and they've been really just putting in so much time and effort behind the scenes. They're actually developing 3 different wave pools in Saudi Arabia right now to really start introducing surfing as a full cultural to be able to get surf culture as something that's more common in Saudi Arabia, which is really awesome to see. A huge investment, especially with the conversation around surfing entering into the Olympics. There's been a lot of nations that have kind of jumped onto the bandwagon, so to speak, with the Olympics introduction. And now to be able to see the future for these countries is right here in the water at the moment. And so that is really awesome. As we're down to just a few minutes on the clock, we will be running through our Aloha Cup later this day, which will be a really fun thing. We're going to see the Maldives team competing in that as well.
Yeah, I think so. It's really fun event. And the whole concept of it is also really interesting to watch. And you're just there like, okay, what's the time, right?
It can be a stressful thing. It's really cool, though, to see a whole team bond like that, and the extra pressure that goes on the riders when your whole team's going, come on, dude, we need you to be out there 10 minutes and back in, and
Run,
whatever
right?
it happens to be. It can come down to just a full battle of tactics, and can be a little extra pressure heaped on the surfers. So it's interesting to see how they control that side of their nerves and all the rest of it. But that will be how we're going to finish day 5. We only have 7 scheduled heats here this morning. They're all repechage heats before we roll into 2 one-hour semi-finals of the Aloha Cup. And Shannon, what sort of can we expect on the rules side of life with the Aloha Cup? 1 hour gig?
Yeah. So we'll get back into more of that conversation later on, because this heat has actually finished.
Wow.
And it looks like Isabella Higgs for Team Thailand has taken away the win. Kanan Takahashi for Japan walks away in second. And Layla from Team Saudi Arabia just gets a resounding applaud for being out there and charging some really solid surf today. So well done, Layla. Yeah. It's been so fun, Rashida, to have you in the booth with us, local Maldivian surfer here. And you're going to be the one showing us the breaks all across the islands in no time at all.
When you get some time off.
Yeah, that's what we're aiming for. Well, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. No worries. We're going to throw to the recap, and we'll be right back with the next round. I think it's the men's repechage rounds. Thank you, Rista.
Thank you.
right, Heat 2, attention, we're going to count you into the start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, here we have first wave for Team China, Jinyi Wen. Out in the water in blue for Team China, we have Jinxing Zhang. And in green for Team Korea, Harin Lee.
Right, here we are, welcoming back into the booth Mel Caithness alongside Mark Clift here this morning. It is almost 10 o'clock Maldivian time. We have started Heat 2 of the junior women's repechage round, Mel, and ripping straight in is Jenny Wen.
So yeah, Jenny Wen there in the red jersey, just gets herself a little bit of a kickstarter in this heat, but Mark Blue's up and riding now straight away.
Another Chinese surfer there right in the pocket, so Jinxing Zhang. Some strong surfing coming out of this Blue Rash Fest now, Mal, right in the pocket, convincing style, plenty of power-based hits right there, really good, and wow, how did she end up at the repechage round?
Yeah, no, just quietly, there's plenty coming out of that region in the world, to be honest with you, Mark. They've showcased themselves very well here, this year, and pretty well much an emerging force in surfing is coming from the oriental part of the Asian region here, and I'm thinking that this young lady here has got a really good, strong future at these events in time ahead.
Yep, well, we did see Soji yesterday just blow up big time, a 14-year-old Japanese surfer. It was incredible. So how good they get at a young age these days is just hard to believe. We have two Chinese surfers in the water up against one Korean. The Korean in green is Harin Lee. I was having a little chat with her on the beach beforehand. She looked a little nervous with the coach, but they're there and they came up with a game plan. So let's see if she can get off the mark shortly. We've had only 3 minutes check off this clock before the end of this heat. We'll be swapping rounds. Here we are, Mel. Good morning, everybody online. Yep. If you're watching around the hood, anyone in WA, hello. Anyone in my neck of the woods there in Indonesia, g'day gang. We're pretty happy to be here, Mel. It's been a ripping,
absolutely, mate.
What is it? Is it day 5 of competition? We've been here since last Wednesday, so
much
8
fun.
days. 8 days in the atoll.
Yes.
So Thulusdhoo is the name of this island, everybody. It is the capital of Kaafu atoll. There are a bunch of atolls that make up the Maldivian chain. There's a lot of surf spots. There's a lot of resorts. There's a lot going on, a lot of boat charters. Tourism is a huge business here, and they do it really well.
Well, you weren't in on the first interview that I had with Shannon. We're sitting here and waxing lyrically, as you know we can. And I thought, Maldives Island, come for a fortnight, stay forever. Because it's sort of like that, isn't it? You know, maybe physically you're not going to stay forever, but your mind is always going to come back to this place, I think, after you've had a holiday here for 2 weeks. So you'll always be thinking about what happened there, then, and did, and maybe about coming back again sometime.
Yeah,
once maybe not enough, mate.
It'll live in my memory for a long time. I've had a blast so far, mate. Had an early paddle again this morning. It was really good. I sort of had a solo hour before young Isabel that won the last heat before she joined me, and a couple of other young surfers there. So it was a pretty relaxed affair. It was nice paddling out in the sort of semi-dark out to this break here they call Cokes. the replay, Mel.
Okay, so yeah, here's our surfer in blue. Really nice backhand carving turn there. So to set this second turn up, just doesn't lose any speed or power throughout that. And then the finishing turn on here is done, completed. One more turn there, just on the inside, I guess, to just put a little bit of a full stop on the ride. And so she's going to be happy with that. That's our surfer in blue. That's Jinxing Yang.
A 6-point ride that turned into.
6-point ride, exactly.
Good
That
start,
was really good. I think the judges nailed that one, mate. So 6 points for that. You be the judge at home. Check it out. Let's compare that ride with what's going to happen next. And then, yeah, see who's going to get through this girls under 18 repechage heat number 1.
Well, that's what they look like. Jenny Wen there in the red. Jin Xing Zhang there in the blue. And Harin Lee, the Korean, in the white. So 2 Chinese surfers, 1 Korean, 3-person heat. Do not get third or you're on the sidelines. First and second advancing through to our next round of repechage heats. So after this heat goes on, we will roll into some men's round 3 repechage heats. I think there's 3 of those, Mel, there is. And then we're going to have the Aloha Cup starting around about 1:30 with 4 high-powered nations. The Maldivians take on the Japanese, the Chinese and the Lebanon crew in a 1-hour duking it out format we call the Aloha Cup.
Yeah, no, we love the Aloha Cup. And then, correct me if I'm wrong, mate, for those people at home, I think we go on hold at the end of the men's, is it? And then the Aloha Cup will then be on at 1:30ish, there about local time. So if you're at home and you're wondering why, that's what the format is going to be here today. So, and that's just super fun, that thing. That's the team challenge. There's so much atmosphere. The support crew is probably almost as big a superstar as the surfer in the water there. So we'll be interested to see how those support crews egg and encourage their team members to be able to try and get home with the podium finish on that one.
Yeah, well, we know the Maldivians will be out there in force, mate. They've got a big team. They have 8 open surfers, 8 junior boy surfers, a female. They have a coach who's pretty right onto it. They're going to be out there probably holding down the boardwalk right out there on the point. There's a lot of them. The Team Japan have been doing everything in numbers. Every time they surf, they all sort of go out together and represent Japan in that real team environment. So they'll be gnarly. They'll be really, really hard to beat, I'm tipping. They're 4 surfers that they will come up with, you know, they've got a lot of quality in their team.
Absolutely.
The Chinese surfers, I imagine a couple of these young ladies, one of them will get a start in that, I think. Probably Jing in the blue. And the Lebanese surfers are coached there by Ali Baba, the big fella. He looks like the strongest man in the world.
Indian arm wrestler.
Yeah, and he'll be there taking them through their tactics and keeping Team Lebanon all well drilled. It will start at 1:30, so there'll be a bit of a break. So for those crew that are watching, we've got another 3 25-minute heats after this one, and then the Aloha Cup at 1:30. Red, good-looking wave now for Jenny Wen. Jenny is 17 years of age. Can't quite capitalise on that one right there. She placed 5th at the Chinese Championships.
Okay, so Jin Yi on this wave here, just carving back into the foam, and then your things go a little bit wrong here. She just bogs that little hillside carving turn. There wasn't that much left on that wave anyway, so it's not really going to rattle her so much that she's missed a scoring opportunity. One turn, that's fine. Yep. She is sitting at this point in 2nd place, so
it'll be her better wave.
Be her better wave, yep. Not by much, but it will be her better wave, and that's one way you got to look at it, with your glass being half full.
All right, and same for Harin Lee, the Korean surfer now. She only got 1 low score, but plenty of time to work on it. Let's have a look at the priority listings. So blue has top priority. She also has a 6-point ride, the surfer in green with 2nd priority, the Korean. She doesn't need much to get up into bother Jenny, who's just dropped a 3:17. Jenny's 17 years of age, loves skiing and travelling. Who doesn't love travelling? Such a good thing. It might take you a while to get here when you do decide to come to the Maldives, gang, but park up and you'll see what all the fuss is about once you get here. It's really cool, and geez, well, day 8 we've been here, Mel. We've had waves every day ourselves.
Day, mate. Every single day.
I've had a surf. It's
offshore
been unreal.
every day, or at some time during the course of the day. But a little inside scoop for you.
Go.
I had a chat with Armandidi there in my break off, and he's dead set 100%. The local wave whisperer here says this new swell's coming this afternoon.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So things should start to ramp up right through the Aloha Cup. Wow, check out the powerhouse here, young Jinxing Zhang. Oh my God, that was a commitment. That was a difficult section. She did not wobble one little bit there, Mel. So what did you like about it?
This will go in today's highlight package. Look at this. First turn was damn fine, but now look at the timing and look at the accuracy of that. That is as good as it gets. Everything about that was pinpoint, laser guided, and she has landed that thing in flat. So I'm expecting something in the good range for this score. She's already got a 6. I think she's improved on that.
I reckon that could be the best wave of the heat because just the confidence going into that turn, Mel, she absolutely hit it in the perfect spot and it made the exit really easy just due to the precision of the hit. So a strong bottom turn followed by that real crunch off the top as her second move. Really good stuff. I can see that even going maybe a point higher than the last wave.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that one, buddy.
All right, we saw a young surfer in green, Harin Lee, paddle for a wave, so she'll lose priority temporarily. Jenny Wen will sit with priority. Last wave of 317. I'm expecting to see a really good number drop in the blue column any moment now. And a bit of fun last night, Mel. It's not all about surfing and island life. We'll just watch the replay again. We'll talk about what we got up to last night.
So this is what we get, folks. This is the turn. Watch this. Good turn now. Look where she hits the lip there.
Perfect,
and then you see the tail of a board. It wasn't even covered in white water. So that means then that she's smacked that thing as good as you can hit it and then just rode that down to victory. So well done there for Jinxing Zhang. But yeah, the sunset cruise last night, Mark, was good. I enjoyed that. And yeah.
So for those people out there that are listening, our island here, Thulusdhoo, due to their religion, they don't, alcohol is forbidden on the island.
That's right,
and that's
mate.
fair enough. So we've had a week of just early nights and fresh morning starts and all that sort of stuff. But they do have a floating bar just offshore. And we did sort of just go out there to watch the sunset and just have a couple of frosties to soothe through a nice week down here in Thulusdhoo, the capital of the Kaafu Atoll. Good fun. Here we are. G'day, mate.
Good morning.
All the crew online. I wonder if anyone at Surfing WA back home is watching. If so, woohoo! Thumbs up, team.
We are getting a few comments online, as it were, on the YouTube live comments channel, and exactly that. The crew back in the west side, I think yesterday was cold and rainy and pretty freezing, so I'm feeling a little bit guilty, as a matter of fact.
Harin Lee, she's got a wave. Feeling a little guilty because we're having too much fun. It's steaming hot and we've surfed every day.
Oops.
Sorry.
Was that a rubbing it in then?
Here we go, Mel.
Okay, here we go. Look at this now. Bottom turn, looking here, but look, no speed and power out of the bottom. Gets caught there on the bottom 1/3 of the wave, which is sort of not where you want to be. You're actually, when you're taking off, yes, you need to get there. That's where your setup turn comes from. And I did say that the other day. If you can be Rye Craik or Clay Marzo, you'll utilise that bottom one section of the wave to then power out of there and then get into that top 2/3 of the wave, which is where the real PSI is on the wave face. And that's how these guys generate the speed for their manoeuvres. Over to you, mate.
Jenny Wen, boom, another nice hit here to kick things off on her third ride. Gets a little sideways, but does control the finishing manoeuvre, so a couple of turns there. She's trying to burn off a 167, so that would have happened. Here's the replay, Mel.
Yeah, no, this is Jinji Win here. So the bottom turn looks good, but just probably gets that all a little bit wrong there, which then the combination of those two errors there has made that thing a little bit harder to get around the section. The thing I would give her credit as a coach to finish on a positive was her tenacity. To not fall off and stay surfing on that wave was pretty evident. So that's a good sign for the coach there for the Chinese team, seeing that. What do we got happening here? Look at this.
So Jinxing Zhang. All right, driving hard and putting together a nice top turn, bottom turn combo again. Staying with the power source. Got a nice projection down the line into a third hit and will kick out. She's trying to improve on a 6 now, Mel. That last effort we saw previous was a 733.
Okay, good. Let's have a look at this. So for me, a little bit more speed, a little bit bigger wave on this one. Nice turn I'm thinking in my brain right now about the last wave she got. This one here is just sort of now petering out down the end and then gets the finishing manoeuvre here on the end of the wave and then kicks out. Now for me, I'm thinking that one's going to fit between those two waves. I did like less turns on that wave before that came in. We'll see where the judges go on that, but nonetheless a good effort otherwise. Over to you, mate.
All right, I think we've got Kayla Moore down on the boardwalk. I think she's having a chat with somebody from the Saudi Arabian team, so let's hear from you, Kayla.
I'm here with Layla Sahid from Team Saudi Arabia. Unfortunately, she did not advance through the repechage, but she has only started surfing about under a year now. 7 months, yes. And I wanted to ask you what this experience has been like, being that you're, under a year of surfing experience, traveling to a place like the Maldives and putting a jersey on.
If you would have told me like a year ago that I would be here competing in 2 competitions, like before this we competed also in the World Surfing Games, and now we're here, I would have said no way. Like, what is surfing, But I'm here, like, how crazy is that? Yeah.
It definitely is crazy, and I think that's the beautiful part about the sport. It can bring you to the most magical, amazing places and, bring together people from all over the world. I want to also give you an opportunity to share anything before, as the event is coming halfway through. So this is your time.
Well, I want to thank, of course, everybody again for supporting me, the federation, the Saudi Federation, my team, and of course all the rest of the teams here, like especially the Lebanon team. They've been awesome. We've been out surfing together now two times. They've been wonderful. That we've been helping each other. Also the Palestinian team, I'm so proud they're here. Like, you can't imagine how happy I am for them. Yeah. So yeah.
Amazing. Well, it's so lovely to hear from you always, and I look forward to continuing the conversation through your surfing journey. Thank you.
Real. Well, thanks very much, Kayla. And that young lady out of Saudi Arabia, she talks so well. Straight from the heart, Mel. She's a unit.
Well, I'm going to go out on a limb, as I think I said this the other day. She is my MVP of the event so far. My tip for the most valuable player at the event at the Asian Surf Championships this year. What she's brought has been incredible. It's promoting women's sport and women's surfing. And as we say, look, only been surfing a few months. And who can forget the other day, down the end there, catching those waves, proning out down the face at any time. That could have gone so sideways, and then was able to get out in front of the wave, jump to her feet, and trim into the lagoon.
Yep, it was quite an inspiring performance. This young lady in the blue is going from strength to strength. She's throwing away a 5.33. I think this is the wave that doesn't lock into a top 2. So she's already packing a 7.33 and a 6, and that was a 5.33. So doing it in style. She has the 3 highest scoring waves of the heat. Her teammate Jenny Wen in the red. Her last wave was a 3.1, and she's got another very similar score. The youngster there in green, Harim Lee, the Korean. She's only 12 years old, Mel. She's come 3rd in the Korean Nationals, and she only started surfing less than a year ago, and here she is out there now. So in some surf that's probably fairly challenging by anyone's standards that's been surfing for less than a year, and she's out there ripping in. She's had a couple of waves, but you can see the little experience that she has under the belt there. It's quite evident, but so what? She's here for the stoke.
No, this is Kohler's Unearthed, isn't it? That's what this is about, the break here. Kohler's named after the Coca-Cola factory that's on the island here, been here for quite some time. I believe it's still a working factory. I'm not quite sure of that. I'll check that out. But yeah, Kohler's here is, and as you say, this is going to be challenging for competitors that don't have that much play time on a surfboard, but they've just well and truly sort of said, no, we're doing it for myself and for country, and I'm loving it.
Really good approach. 18 nations here. A lot of them you'll never see, rarely ever see in the spotlight. And some of these young surfers, a year old, like our young Saudi Arabian surfer just said, she's already been to the SEA Game, the World Game. She's now here at the Asian Championships. So surfing less than 1 year, she's already travelled to 2 pretty big international events. So good on her.
No, well done. But look at this, mate. Just, conditions to die for. What's been your favourite surf session? Like, we know how much of a surf dog you are, how much you love it. What's been your most favourite session? And tell us a little bit about that, because I want to hear from your perspective what you think about the wave here in the Maldives. You've had a couple of good cracks at it.
I had a good surf this morning. I got a nice barrel. I probably had my best tube since I've been here this morning. So for me, I was patting myself on the back for getting up early and doing that. But overall best surf, geez, I had a good one day one at Sultan's with Marcia, Marcella and Kayla. But past a point being invited there by Dara, if you're listening in, Dara, from Atoll Adventures. Thanks for the invite. It is a private island. You can't surf there. The wave is restricted, but he invited a few of us over and said, righto, you guys can come. You've got to park on the island, walk across. He met us, took us down there, let us surf the break, and we had a good hit out there with just probably 5 other customers from the island, and they went in eventually, and it was just us. It was pretty cool.
Well, I know normally, what's the word, at these sort of places, you sort of keep the good waves hush-hush and quiet and not said anything about. But I don't know, I've sort of been listening to the locals lately, and they're telling me of some of these secret, in inverted commas, spots down in the Southern Atoll group down there.
I believe that's where it's really at.
That's where it's really at, Mark. And yeah, you know, I'm thinking like, it's pretty well much more core division here in 2023. So we're seeing core surfing, you know, emerging at this point now, being in premium locations a la Dream Tour. But look, for any of those surfers out there, the locals are sort of pretty well accommodating. If you come here and you use Thulusdhoo as a ground base, which why wouldn't you? It's in the central atoll here, the Kaafu atoll, and then you just get to have a bit of a chat with Mikey or anyone, you know, any of these Maldivian locals. They're gonna light you up, and the description I have is that there is another Money Trees Speedies wave down on that southern atoll group. I'm not going to drop the name because, out of respect, I think the locals need to do that, but just let's tickle it a little bit. Another Money Tree Speedies and slightly softer.
Sounds pretty good. I heard a lot of people that have ventured down to the southern atolls, your more experienced crew that like some hardcore waves, and they're going tick tick. That's where, you know, your more powerful waves are. So, you know, we'll leave that to the customers out there listening online to go and have a look and experience it for yourself. We'll watch Jenny Wen drop into wave number 4. She's packing a couple of 3-point rides, and the timing just goes a little bit weird right there for that manoeuvre. Cannot stick with it, but this lady is leading for a reason. She is a strong surfer. This backhand approach, Mel, it seems to be one of her signature moves, this one here. Loves to bring the turns all the way back to the pocket of the wave. Hangs in there, a little layback coming out of that carve, but I think it looks like she may have completed the move.
Yeah, tenacity extremely evident with the Chinese surfers. On, you know, number one, that's been a point of difference for me, being able to hang on there. The first turn on this wave, when we see it by the benefit of the replay, is going to be actually like pretty good. Second turn goes a little awry. So this is the previous wave. The surfer in red basically just gets everything wrong with that and is out of there. So not going to trouble the judges with that ride, with that score. It's going to be Blue, who then took off at the end of Red's wave, so hence the reason why the delay here. But look at this. That bottom turn is really good. That first turn now becomes a lot more searching and searing. This second turn just gets caught up in the goop, as it were there. Tries to ride out here and pattern the cat a little bit, and then she gets the completion.
Good stuff. So she was trying to improve. You know, she's got 3 really strong numbers there, Mel. I think she has another one. She'll probably get credit for that end manoeuvre. But strong performance. I noticed that she will be surfing a little bit later on in the Chinese team's Aloha Cup effort. All right, CG, I'm really looking forward to seeing her again. She is also, the Chinese team will feature 3 women out of their 4 surfers that they're putting up.
That's how confident they are with their team. I like that, Mark. That's something different.
It is. Maldivian team is going to surf 1 female surfer.
Yep.
The Japanese team is a 50-50, 2 guys and 2 women. China, interestingly, 3 women surfers and 1 men surfer. Lebanon have gone a 50-50 spread as well. That won't be happening till about 1:30, but it's going to be a highlight of the day, I reckon, Mel, with all those surfers filtering through in 1 hour. There's going to be a lot of action.
Oh, there is, certainly is. And it's always been, as you know, you and mine favourite, apart from the juniors, part of all these type of events, because the spirit is really very much alive with this one. It is all about not doing it for you, doing it for your team, and that just creates a little bit different pressure parameters as to what you can and can't do. And yeah, you sort of want to be that guy at the end of the day that maybe gets the winning ride for your team.
Yeah, you're legend all afternoon, all day.
Yes.
If that happens.
You can sort of walk around the event site, you know, just elevated amongst your peers. You're floating on a magic carpet. You think you're the king.
Well, this heat's done in 5 seconds, and the youngster there, the 12-year-old Lee Harin, will have to cop a third placing right here. Just a little bit of inexperience, surfing less than a year. Look, she got 2 waves, and that was probably part of the tactics, was get out there and at least stand up twice. She did that, but the Chinese girls, particularly Jin Xing, outstanding there. So it will be blue first, Jenny Wen second. In the red, the 2 Chinese surfers will keep their dream of winning the Asian Surfing Championships alive. All right, so let's have a little recap of that whole heat and see what the fuss was about with Jin Xing Zhang, and we'll be back shortly with the repechage round for the men's round 3 repos.
See you then.
Welcome back to the action here at the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. It's been an awesome week, and we've got so much more action to come. Short day of competition today, as we're taking a look at some live action, or actually replay during the commercial break, from our surfer in the red jersey, Mohammed Mahan from Bangladesh, who looks like he got a couple really solid turns. Unfortunately, falls on the end, goes down for his opening ride. We are now into heat number 1 for our men's repechage round 3. Ramesh Budhal from India, Abdullah Arif from the Maldives, and Julian Spekarotella from Singapore, all in the water up against our Bangladesh surfer Mohammed Mahan. Shannon Hughes in the booth alongside Mal Caithness to call the action. That was a good looking wave for Mohammed to start off on.
Absolutely. Mohammed Mahan just belted out of the blocks. The starter's gun went off, bang, and he was straight away into something. I'm liking that. We managed to see that via replay because it was live when we had gone away for the recap. But his bottom turn looks extremely strong. Look at this. Let's have a look, folks. Bottom turn here. Boom. Generating great power. There's a good forehand carving, cutback Rio going on there. Punches that thing up into the lip. So the setup at that bottom turn. Well, there is so much to look at here that is just so sort of beneficial to his type of surfing. So we see the colours up there at this point. In red is going to be Mohammed Manan. In blue is Ramesh Badal. Colour from our mate from the Maldives is going to be green, I think it is, Abdullah Arif. And in blue, as Mark, as you said earlier on, is Julian Mark Spacaratella. Keep your eye on Abdullah Arif. He is a little bit of a powerhouse here. He's just got such a cool, clean act. I saw him yesterday talking to 6-year-old school kids, and they love him. So, but his surfing does the talking more than anything else. So let's just check this out. I'm so excited, Shannon. I think this is going to be a really good repechage round, and this is a favourite part of me for the event. Over to you.
Well, taking a look now at Julian, caught deep behind the section, unable to find his way into that first maneuver. He'll get himself set up into the priority rotation with that one, though, as we see Ramesh now up and riding. Nice start, hard off the top and into the bottom. Check to start for that second turn, and just ducks under the lip for the third. So he'll have a score to drop through.
Yeah, no, here we go. Let me have a look at this. I like this. Powering out of the bottom. Look at the clean green wall now. Look at this. Goes hard on that rail. They probably could have even cut it back down to around about 5 o'clock on the clock face there, but decided no, he wanted to capitalise on the next turn. So good decision making there. Arguable that if he had cut that bottom turn back closer to the white water, whether or not he would have made that second turn. As we see, here's our little mate from Singapore, Julian there, just suffering from poor wave selection there on that wave. Just goes down, but no, I'm super enjoying my analysis on there here with you, Shannon, and yeah, I'm starting to see that, you know, the cream is rising to the top at this event slowly but surely. The elites are in our midst, and these guys are really giving a red hot crack here. 2 surfers are going to go through to the next round. 2 surfers are going to wonder what might have been.
That's right. There's a lot of pressure on the line in this heat. 20 minutes to go. Ramesh has just dropped a 6-point ride, so he's in the lead. Mohammed with a 5.00 is sitting in second. Julian just at 1.07 and waiting for Abdullah to get his opener. So he has yet to even stand up on anything, being patient with that wave selection. We can see the Maldivian crew there sitting under the trees on the shoreline. It's been the prime location. They've really kind of taken ownership of that little spot right on the shore to be able to cheer from, to be able to, you know, check out some of the action, as well as get prepped and have some good conversations heading out into their heats.
Yeah, so I think it spells danger for the other competitors. For me, the local wave whisperer here, Abdullah Arif, he's just biding his time. He's just biding his time out there at the moment. So for me, this spells danger. He's that confident that he knows all he's got to do is just get himself on those better waves. And then I think once he gets those better waves, he's just going to light the joint up. So I'm sitting back here at the moment. I know that we've got some good starts there from our first 2 surfers, but at this point, the local kid, the local guy out there that's just absolutely been ripping in free surfing and also at this event thus far, it actually surprises me that I find him in this repechage round, but often at times the dog running in the pack that's at the back of the crew, he's now got a chance to be able to build some momentum towards the final by coming from this part of the event. So yeah, what's the words? One person's, you know, sort of rubbish is another person's gain.
That's so true. It is interesting to pay close attention to who makes it through in these repechage rounds, because oftentimes we end up seeing a winner of an event that's come from the back of the pack like that.
You enjoying your week thus
I'm
far?
having such a good time here in the Maldives. It's been absolutely beautiful. The water is so nice and clear. The surf has been really fun as well. And it's been great to know the local crew that are organizing things. You know, there's an incredible group here from the Maldives Surfing Association. They've been putting together some great waves or some great events here at home for a long time running. There's been, you know, a long history of competitive surfing here. And it's been really fun to kind of hear how excited they are to bring international surfing back into the Maldives. That's been a huge push from them this year, and to be able to get that government support moving forward for the future of competitive surfing, to be able to reintroduce maybe running an event like this here again next year, as well as the potential for bringing in other events from, you know, the World Qualifying Series. Those have been running here in the past, and so it's been really cool to be able to hear from that pack and that crew about the potential for the future of surfing here. As we see Julian just with a quick kick in and out, just before we could see Afri Amu getting ready to paddle out for his heat. He'll be in our second heat of this round. Feeling pumped and psyched to be hitting the water.
Look out, everybody. Okay, here we go. Here's our local surfer, Abdullah Arif, on this wave here. Good clean first turn. Second turn snap is also clean. Now carving back into the white water and now out of there. So he's got his feet in the wax. He's got a score. It's time to build the house.
Mohammed now.
Mohammed, go to you.
Drives through that first turn, just gets caught on the rail. Let's take a look at this one from Abdullah.
Yeah, so just a little bit of an ungainly wobble there at the takeoff, but then all the work gets done here in this first and second turn. So 2, as I said, clean turns, not super, you know, exhilarating throughout the rotation on those turns. But look, that's in the book, and that's all you want at this point, to then be able to get the paddle back out, and as we say, chant to yourself, okay, take the handbrake off, let's spin the wheels, burn some rubber now, and really go Mark 3 on the next one.
15 minutes on the clock, scores to come through for last of Abdullah Arif, which will definitely factor into the situation. Here we've got another shot of Mohammed's last wave for Bangladesh.
I think it might have been his first good score, or was it? Has he only had one wave?
That'll be his second one.
Okay, sorry, my apologies.
So scores still to come through for it. He opened up with that 6, which was a really good wave. Had a similar start to it on the second one, but unfortunately went down after that first turn.
Yeah, no, you're onto it.
Scores to come through for first of Abdullah Arif as well for the Maldivian team. And there it is, a 4.83. So that sets him up into the conversation once again. He's only chasing a 1.18 to be able to take that advancing position. As a 3-point ride has dropped in for last of Mohammed. So he's rewarded for that opening turn, is unable to find himself any great connection on the second. But he's going to be sitting in that leading position now with Ramesh down into second.
Absolutely. So, yeah, look, these waves, I spoke to Mark earlier on, and Shannon, you might not have heard, but Armandidi, the local wave whisperer over here and knows everything that's going on as far as surf's concerned in Thulusdhoo Island, said that swell's going to be infilling here as the afternoon goes on. And at this stage, I'm just seeing those swell lines a little bit closer together, and that in fact that sort of indicates to me that the runners are starting to appear already.
All right, well, scores come through now for last of Ramesh. As we wait for that, well, let's take a look at this replay quickly.
Good effort here. Look at this. This is a really good wave here. Look at that. That is dead set clean carving going on there. Judges are going to like that. Not a bad second turn either. And then this turn here, a little bit sleepy through the first part of it, but look, he then manages to be able to get the closeout maneuver here, and he'll call that a completion. Let's see what happens after we go to Shannon on the beach. Sorry, as we go to Kayla on the beach.
That's right. Kayla's down on the beach. Go ahead, Kayla.
Hi guys, I am here with Harin Lee from South Korea. Tell us how old you are. I know that you just got into surfing, and how you got into surfing.
I started to surfing 20 years old because it looks so fun, and
And do you, how is it like being here representing South Korea?
It's so lucky, and I thank you for a chance in Korea, South Korea.
Awesome. And is there anything that you want to say to your friends and family back at home?
Yeah. Thank you for mom and dad, and I love you so much.
Amazing. Well, I'm sending it back to you, Shannon and Mal in the booth.
Thanks so much, Kayla. That was so sweet. She's only 12 years old, Lee Harin from South Korea. She was out there riding that DHD DNA and looking so good on her surfboard. And just what a sweet and genuine shout out back home to mom and dad as well.
I'll tell you what, that one is going to go up there with the highlight reel for me too. That was such a good interview. So well done, Kayla, for looking after our young South Korean there with the problems with the language barrier. And you're going to have that at an international event. And I'm really glad that that doesn't even come between, you know, all of us.
Yeah, pretty incredible as well, you know, for Lee to be able to do an interview in English like that. She had some great responses, feeling really proud to be representing South Korea. And there we can see the surfers in our next heat paddling out. We got a caddy as well as the surfer competing. That'll be our crew in the blue jerseys, which will be the Chinese Taipei team for John Chan. John's paddling there, I believe, in the helmet. And his caddy just behind with the hat on, protection from the sun for that 25 to 30 minutes, sitting out by the buoy.
Well, you touch on a good point there. Look, average temperatures, and I've been watching this, goes from 29 degrees at night to 31 degrees during the day. It's pretty incredible. And the water temperature seems to be static at around about 28 degrees. So, pinch me, Shannon, is this the Garden of Surfing's Eden or not?
Yeah, it really is. It is an
It
incredibly
certainly is.
beautiful place, as we can see.
Yeah,
Even the shadow from the surfers on the reef speaks to how clear the water quality is
Good
here.
pickup.
Now we're down to 10 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. Ramesh currently sitting in the lead. He has improved on the 6-point ride with a 7.50. So he is sitting in first. Mohammed with a 5 and a 3.0. Abdullah has been pretty patient. Surfer in green, you can see him sitting way there at the top of the pack. He's also got second priority next to his name just behind Julian in the white jersey, who's got first priority. So those two just tied together at the hip at the moment.
So yeah, 7.5. That's a really good score. I think that might have even gone down partially during the interview, so it'd be good if we could get the benefit of the replay on that one.
And here it is, the 7.5. Great top to bottom work.
Yes, very much so. So all the points were on that first turn. Geez, that was as clean as you like. And then, yeah, now just to finish that thing with a little bit of a carve there on the inside. 7.5 for Ramesh. Boy, oh boy, we keep saying it. But, you know, Ramesh has been, I don't know, he's also been a one of those ones from India that we kept our eye on from the first get-go. And here he is, ripping it up in this heat. Over to you, Shannon.
Abdullah now, nice snap to start. Sets himself up for an even bigger turn on the second. Gets a lot of extension out of that back leg as he comes in for that third turn under the lip. That was a great three-turn combination. He's chasing just a 3.18 now to take himself into that advancing position.
All right, folks, look at this. He's back in the mix here with this wave. First turn there, slams that inside gouge, but this is the money turn. Look at that. That has absolutely chucked a bunch of chook feathers into the sky there, and you can often tell at times when you see the shards of whitewater suspended in the sky for that brief moment and then they drop. That says to you that there has been some clean carving going on in that turn. So Abdullah Arif here. Where are they going to go with this? It's got to be his best wave.
Yeah, oh, definitely his best wave. Hands down, three-turn combination. His best at the moment is just a 4.83. Julian now up and down quickly on that opening section. Unable to capitalize on what could have been a good opportunity, chasing down that 6.93 for Singapore.
So yeah, the Singapore team consists of Julian, his sister, and his mother. So those three I saw turn up on day one. I went, wow, what's going on here? And yeah, here they are. They're still a vibrant part of the whole event. And Julian just maybe did some really good surfing yesterday. I'm thinking that he's probably going to look at this afterwards and go, oh, look at the opportunity I had. But unfortunately, he's not able to capitalise on that at the moment. So a learning curve for the Singapore team. We get it. But I'm loving to see them now open the door, leave it slightly ajar for anyone else from Singapore to be able to back them up.
And the Arif family there tuning in, watching from the shoreline, cheering on Abdullah out in the water. We had Ibu with us in the booth yesterday, giving us some insights. He's been doing a really solid job competing. As we take a look now at Ramesh. Heading on the left, we haven't seen much of this through the event so far, and great decision. Couple solid backhand turns as we track with it now.
Get out of here. This is really well surfed. The natural footer, look at that. That is one of the best first turns of the morning this morning, and he gets a second turn that ain't that shabby either. So, having said earlier, like 99% of scores are going to come from the right, this is going to really throw a cat in the pigeon house. This left-hander here, there's a lot of quality in this first turn. So let's see where the judges go with this. It's unorthodox, but it looks like it could be effective.
So true. I mean, really different from what we've seen. A lot of the crew hanging down on the beach, getting to know surfers from different parts of the world as we take a look at the beautiful location here. What an incredible part of the world that we get to spend time in this week here in the Maldives. And it's really been a spectacular location for this year's Asian Surfing Championships.
Wow. That, folks, is the view you see when you're coming in from the plane. Look at this, panning across to the break at Chickens. Look at the big channel that's just swinging out to sea. The Asia blue of the reef on one side, the emerald blue of the channel going through the middle. Over to you.
Mohammed now up and riding, looking for a chance to get himself back into that advancing position for Bangladesh. He's got a national title there. He had a really successful junior career as well as he goes down on that second turn.
Okay, so let's have a look at this. Just eyes off the prize, down the line. Little bit of a sleepy, mode to that then manoeuvre, and then, yeah, that just designates or determines what's going to happen with the next manoeuvre. So, yeah, you really do need to get that board up onto its planing hull, get it feeding the water underneath it. We want to see the slipstream being created on the wave face there, and unfortunately he's just got himself sort of caught up there and dragging a sea anchor behind him was my favourite term on those sort of ones, so not much going to be going on with that score. What is the big mover though, Shannon?
Well, at the moment, we've got Ramesh sitting up in the lead, and Abdullah was able to take away that second place position. He's put a 5.5 on the board for the Arif family, who's down on the sand cheering him on. Pressure, mom and dad are here, brothers been out competing this week, and it's been great to see that entire crew from the Maldivian surfing family. And Mohammed drops in just a 3.23 for that last wave, so it doesn't get him the requirement that he needs. It also doesn't chip away at his requirement, as his high score is a 5-point ride. Got a few of the other guys just getting ready to check in, heading out into our third heat. Actually, we're going to be, obviously we're CC number 1, we got heat 2. Our third heat for the round will be the last of our main event today. Of course, we've got the Aloha Cup this afternoon. We're going to have 3 Maldivian surfers coming up in heat 3, so we'll have a lot of local support down here.
So because I'm so technically defunct, could you just draw up that last score for Ramesh? I want to see where the judges went on that left-hander, please.
So the judges for the left, it looks like they went to a 4-point ride.
Oh, okay.
So he's got that 6 for his first wave, a 7.5 for the second, which was that right, and then the left comes through at just a 4-point ride. Thanks for shouting that out. I actually hadn't picked up that score had dropped in. So we're down to 3 minutes, 50 seconds. And with that, what kind of signal is the judging panel showing for the strength of the waves on the left compared to maybe the critical nature of the right, as well as the number of critical maneuvers you could link together for combination
I think you
scores?
nailed it in one then. The critical nature on the left is obviously not there. The ability to then be able to link turns was decimated with that score, and yeah, I don't think I'd be going left from here on in. Over to you on our surfer in red.
Quick snap off the top for Mohammed. This wave just getting away from him a little bit. He manages to string together a couple maneuvers on the in section, but really fast and a little bit more challenging on the takeoff.
Yeah, let's have a look at this. The first part of this wave, he gets that all wrong, that bottom turn there. So once again, when that happens, it does make things difficult. But to his credit, he now decides, I'm going to stick with this, and he does his best surfing down the very end here on this wave. So one closeout hit on the end of the wave here at Cokes isn't going to get you a huge score, as we see our surfer in white, Julian Mark. And I apologise there, but I'll comment on this one, jump in while he's just straight behind him. So that's going to be Julian Mark's best wave, but that isn't even going to, that isn't going to help his case as to being able to get into podium position in this heat.
So 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Like you said, you know, really important at this stage when you're just down to those last few minutes, maybe even down to the 6 to 7 minute mark, to be taking off on waves that are going to improve your situation. If you're in the lead, trying to increase, picking waves that will increase your score, or potentially using that priority to keep other surfers off of waves that could be increasing their scores. And if you're a surfer that's looking for a score to advance, taking off on a wave that's going to offer that scoring potential, because not every wave is going to offer scoring potential if you're chasing a score in that 5 to 8 point range.
Absolutely, 100% correct there. I'd like that. That's a good call.
Now scores in for last of Julian a 3.07, so it chips away at his requirement. He was chasing a 9 before this. Now it's just a 7.26.
And to take away something positive from this performance, Julian's first turn on that wave was his best turn. So we know he can do this. I'm thinking he could benefit, maybe a trip to Australia, maybe a trip, down to Indonesia and hook up with a coach somewhere and just say, look, let's take you and we'll work on your game here, Julian. So yeah, I'm liking that. Let's see where we go with that one, and perhaps he'll be back again at the next one of these, and perhaps even my factor a little bit later down the draw at the event. Good stuff, mate. Kudos to you for getting here in the first place.
Down to 1 minute on the clock. Ramesh in the lead for Team India. And we'll take one more look here for this last wave of Julian. Came through as a 3.07. Did really well, like you said, even just to find that wave to get multiple turns together. This was his highest score of the heat so far. So for his own personal record, able to build on that scoreline within this heat.
Yeah, well, personal bests are really about, I think, what this event is about. So much so. So here we go, Ramesh.
Up and riding, the 6-time national champion from India. He started surfing at 5 years old. He is currently 23, so he's been surfing for a lot more of his life than he has been not surfing, and he said he hasn't stopped since he started.
Well, you can see that in his surfing. His equipment, he's got dialed here, so that's looking pretty good. And then this is a useful wave. I'm not sure whether he'll improve with this wave. I think he's done all the work he needs to do as we get down to the last 5 odd seconds in this heat. But
well, that was a really exciting heat. Some really solid scores that dropped through across the board. That was our first heat for the Repicharge round, and it was a really exciting one. Coming up next, we're going to have men's Repicharge round number 2. We're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be back with more action right after this.
you.
Blue, your first ride is 3.00, 3.00. White is up. Boud Ahmad from Team Maldives. Red is up.
Welcome back to the action here for the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. It has been a pleasure to be able to call so many great heats this week with so many great surfers. And we got another good one in the water right now. Heat number 2 for men's repechage round 3. We've got one more heat after this to finish out the day, and then we'll be going on hold until about 1:30, where we will return with the Aloha Cup this afternoon. Now out in the water right now, we have India, Chinese Taipei, Afghanistan, and the Maldives. Ajish Ali from India, John Chan from Chinese Taipei, Afridun Amu from Afghanistan, and Hood Ahmed from the Maldives, all looking for an opportunity to keep themselves in the top 2 positions moving forward, as those bottom 2 surfers will be dropping out. Now in the booth, I am Shannon Hughes. I'm joined by Mark Clift and as well as Izzy Higgs from Team Thailand. Izzy, it's so fun to have you in to have a conversation with us today.
Thank you.
How has the surf been out in the water? Have you been out there getting a few waves today?
Yeah, the waves have been really fun and like so fun.
Isabella smashed her heat just before. She won a heat this morning with an 8 and a 5.5, didn't you?
Yeah.
Heat 2 of the morning. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
How did it feel when you finished that wave and you got your 8? Did you know that was a good ride?
I was thinking in my head, I think this should be a good score, and I'd just wait and see what the judges would give. And when they read out an 8, I was just so shocked.
Well, like I said this morning when I saw you surfing, I said, listen, your technique and everything is good enough. Just capitalise and just turn in the pocket and do your little stuff and try and kick up some spray. And you hung on to your first 2 waves and they became your scorers. So really well done.
Thank you.
So impressive. Now you're representing Team Thailand, but you actually live in Sydney in Australia at North Stane. And that's a pretty good area of the world to be competing at. Are you spending a lot of time surfing contests on the weekend now?
Yeah. I do North Stane board riders, and I spend half my time in Australia and half in Thailand.
That is awesome. Has that been the way that your family has been moving back and forth between Australia and Thailand your whole life?
Yeah.
Very cool. Well, we've got a couple waves here, Mark.
Yeah, look, no big numbers. I think blue, John Chan got slightly better at this. Well, we'll stay with red as well. Ajish Ali out of India. So some good waves rolling through. The guys are stepping it up here. They know it's all on the line. You do not want to get 3rd or 4th. So a pretty strong performance starting to round out here now for Ajish. I surfed with him yesterday afternoon as well. So he knows his way around this lineup pretty well. And this is live action.
Some live action with Hood looking to get his second wave underway. Just a 1.5 for his first one. We do have scores in from that first exchange. A 6.17 for Ajish rolls through as the highest score, and we just see a quick in and out there for Hood Ahmed. And as we wait for the next set to roll through, let's go down to the beach to catch up with Kayla Moore.
Here with Team India's Ramesh, who won the last heat. How was it putting together waves out there? You did a really good job with your heat strategy.
Yeah, I just went out there, I had fun, you know, and this morning I paddled out to see the wave, how it works, and it was kind of windy, and now the condition turned out very well, so I was just hoping to keep more on a cleaner face and just safe surf, you know, and then, yeah, you know, a couple of rides after that I felt so good, and yeah, I mean, I'm stoked to make it around, you know, so.
Yeah, you're making it through the repechage and advancing on in competition. What is your strategy moving forward in the next couple heats?
Just keep doing what I'm doing right now and keep catching good waves and make sure that you get good score on the board. And then, yeah, that's the thing, what I need to do back at the water, right?
Absolutely. That sounds like a good strategy. And also to have fun out there and keep doing what you're doing, which is enjoying the waves, enjoying the beautiful surf here in the Maldives. Thank you. Back to you guys in the booth.
Unreal. Thanks very much, Kayla. Okay, a special guest in here with us is Isabella Higgs. Isabella won a heat this morning. She's in 2 divisions representing Thailand. So, Isabel, would you like to tell us who else is in your team?
The 2 boys in our team, and one's name is Try, and he competed in the under-18s and the open men's. And there's also another boy called Makam, and he's also in the 18 boys.
As you can see, you're right on TV right now. I know your mum's on the beach. Would you like to give your mum or anyone else a little shout out?
I'd just like to give a shout out to Surfing Thailand for giving me this opportunity to come to the Maldives. And thank you to my mum for always helping me. And just thanks to all my sponsors too.
All right. Would you like to list your sponsors? Who are they?
I'm sponsored by Okanui, which is the shirt I'm wearing today, and also Board Sock, which is like supplies my board bags and everything to make sure they're all protected, and Chocolate Box for like helping me like at the gym and everything, making sure, and Warner Boards.
Ah, Brett Warner.
Yeah.
Mate, good on you, Brett, if you're listening there on the northern beaches of Sydney. Love your work, mate. Good man.
Now, what's it looked like for Team Thailand behind the scenes? So you got a couple of guys that are on the team as well. Have you been able to do some trips together or some training? Of course, you're spending some of your time in Sydney as well, but have you guys been able to work together in preparation for this event?
Yes, we've done a couple surfs before the comp together, and like whenever I go on to Thailand, I've seen them, and we've done a bit of training together, and yeah.
That's awesome. Do you guys have a pretty good crew of other surfers that are competing and trying to get into the national teams there? Or is it more in the kind of early stages of Thailand surfing as far as getting events running to be able to have some competition to qualify surfers for the team?
We do. We have like lots of people who are trying, and we have lots of really good up-and-coming groms who are surfing in Thailand, and yeah.
That's so great to hear.
Shannon, you'll like this story. I was asking Isabel before. I said, so how come you're flying under the Thailand banner? What's the story there? And this is cool. Go for it. Tell me what you said before.
I always told my grandma that one day I'd want to compete for Thailand in any sport, and I'm here competing for Thailand under the surfing for the Thailand flag, and I just really wanted to keep that promise to my grandma.
That's really special. That's amazing. I'm sure she's just so proud of the fact that you are competing for Thailand and representing her home culture, her home nation so well.
Yeah.
Especially on a big stage like this. It's pretty amazing that you've been able to now graduate to competing on an international level here for the Asian Surfing Championships.
Yeah.
Is this your first time at this event?
Yes, this is my first time at this event.
That's so great. And your first time in the Maldives, how are you enjoying your trip here so far?
The waves are so good. Everyone's been so nice, and it's just such a great environment to be in.
And you'll enjoy this too, Shannon, having a chat with Isabel before. She said today was the first time she surfed this event, first time she surfed a reef break, and first time she's ever competed on a reef break.
Oh, incredible. How did you find it? Was it more challenging than the events that you're surfing in back at home on beach breaks?
Yeah, I found that this was more challenging, and I had to adapt more to the conditions and the reef.
Yeah, what were some of those adaptations that you had to make while you were out there?
Just trying to make sure that I'm paddling in the correct spots and lining myself up and just watching the rocks.
Yeah, there's so many. I mean, the reefs, the rocks are super hectic. Plus, I heard that the current this morning was actually pretty strong. You managed to deal with it pretty well within your heat, but did you notice that was something you really had to pay close attention to with your markers on land for staying in the right position?
Yeah, I made sure that I stayed in line with the tent up at the point and make sure I didn't go past it. Yeah.
And she did her homework this morning, Shannon. She was out there having a little paddle around with me and had to do a little run around at one point, but got some waves, got a little bit of that confidence up knowing that you're in the second heat. So that was a wise move. You're a little contest machine. Only 14 years of age.
Thank you. Yeah.
Unreal. And what can you see in the future, Isabel? Where would you like to go with your surfing?
I would like to go as far as I can with surfing, try to get onto the CT, maybe even try to get into the Olympics. But the most important thing I want is to graduate uni.
All right.
Do you have any ideas what you want to study?
I want to be a physio.
That's such a good trait to have behind the scenes because, I mean, as surfers, we get injured more often than not,
Yeah.
especially the older you get, the more injuries come into play. So having, to be able to study, to be able to get your degree as a physio means that you could be competing for as long as possible, but you could also have a long career
Yeah.
working within surfing still when you're finished competing.
Yeah.
That's so great. And what's school looking like for you back at home? Are you homeschooled? Are you going to school?
I go to school. I go to Narrabeen Sports High, and they have a program for me so I can still do my work while I'm away.
That is awesome. We've
Oh
got a
my
few
God.
really good waves that have been coming through here, Mark. What are your thoughts?
Hood Ahmed. I've surfed a bunch of times with this local fella. He's a big-time player in the Maldivian team. He's heavily respected. He's one of the elder surfers in the team, and the boys, they all rock around together, him and Ibu and his brother, and they're a mighty formidable outfit when they all surf together. So Hood Ahmed, I saw him get so barreled out here the other day on his backhand, folks. He'd just be hoping he can stay in the draw and get to some bigger, more hollow surf, which is forecast for a little later on in the week. So Hood Ahmed, great wave. I'm sure that number is going to really move him up the leaderboard. He was currently sitting in 4th spot before that wave, yeah?
That's right. So scores to come through for Hood. Currently, Ajish Ali for Team India is sitting in the lead. He opened on a 6.17. Other than that, nothing really to write home about as far as good scores go, as we've got some crew just out there on the kayak. But we could see that deck and those tents that you were speaking about. That's
Yeah.
the paddle out zone. What's it like when you're paddling out there? I know that there's quite a small channel actually to get yourself through by avoiding the urchins. Have you
Yeah.
have you been able to avoid them so far?
Yeah, so far I've found the little channel and been wearing booties too.
That's right. And did you have to find booties, borrow from somebody?
Yeah.
Wow.
Great looking wave here from John Chan. So John's got a similar story to yours, Izzy, where he's originally from Thailand, but his family actually lives in Southern California now.
Oh.
He surfs at Seaside Reefs a lot in Encinitas. And Ajish has just bumped down into 2nd, putting together a great performance
Wow.
here, unable to find the finishing maneuver.
This is really heating up, Shannon.
This is becoming a really
Yeah.
intense heat, especially, Mark, because the score for
Hood.
the last of Hood Ahmed drops through as a 7-point ride and now puts the rest of the field.
Let's watch this from John Chan here, because some really nice slicing manoeuvres. That bottom turn that he does is just to die for. His board's going a treat, and when he nails it properly and hits it right, geez, he looks really impressive. So John Chan, a good answer back from that wave as well. We did see another surfer as well. I think it was Arjish in the Red Rash Fest getting away, but Hood with the 7, what was it? The 7?
He had a 7.00 for that last one.
7-point ride. He's right back in the mix. Where did that take him? Into the lead.
That's taking him up into 1st. Ajish down into 2nd is chasing a 2.47. John in 3rd is chasing a 4.68. And Afri,
John will get that.
John will get that for
Yeah.
sure. So he's got a score to come. And then Afri, a move for Team Afghanistan. He is also representing the Asian Surfing Federation. He's been one of the guys behind the scenes that's been putting a lot of work in the months leading up to this event, kind of dreaming up what they wanted the 2nd ever Asian Surfing Championships under the Asian Surfing Federation to look like. So it's been really cool to be able to see the growth of that for the future of the Asian Surfing Federation, and rolling out an event like this has been pretty impressive. Izzy, what are your thoughts on this last wave from Ajish?
This was such a sick wave. It was good size too, and he just kept hitting it in the perfect spot.
Have you found it easy to identify the waves that are going to be the really good waves out there?
Yeah, I have.
That's good. And you made it look that way in your heat, because you picked off 2 screamers in about the first 6 minutes that ended up locking in as your 2-wave total. So, you know, I'm really proud of the way you surfed your heat. I'm sure your mum is as well. And Grandma, would Grandma be watching online? Does she have the link, or does she have a computer?
I'm not too sure. Mum's been trying to teach her how to use Facebook, how to open links, but
That's awesome.
we'll probably call her this afternoon.
Now, have you enjoyed competing? Are you doing the girls under 18s division as well as the open women's?
Yeah.
So how have you managed your time kind of in splitting your energy, knowing that you're going to have a lot of heats to be surfing in this week?
Yeah, I've just been making sure that I'm drinking enough water and having something nutritious to eat, and just going to bed really early.
All right, and getting up and having your early surfs in the morning as well, and getting out there to watch it all. There's no better homework you can do than to have an early surf. But let's have a look at John's wave here again, because he's really got a spring in his step once he gets his rails right. Really good combination, 2 turns there, and he even gets a 3rd hit in here. So he was sitting in 3rd position. I reckon the next time you look at your screen, Shannon, he's going to be either 2nd or 1st. And this wave for red was to like as well. So it's turning into a real strong shootout for those top 2 positions now. So I'd be really interested to see who's at the top of the leaderboard once these numbers drop. Great exchange by all these boys. Would have been nice to hold on to the end move, but did some good work out the back. And in green is Afri. He's one of our fellow commentators as well. Team Afghanistan, one of the organisers putting this production together. And we'll be hearing from Afri in here probably this afternoon during the Aloha Cup.
So challenging opening section for Afri. A lot of froth on the face of that wave, which is often really challenging to keep like your fins and really engaged rail of your board.
Yeah.
All right, Isabella, so you're saying, here goes Afri again, that wave choice wasn't ideal, but you want to be a top-ranked surfer, you want to make it onto the CT, you've got some lofty goals, which is cool. So who do you draw your major inspiration from out of the women's surfing?
Out of the women's surfing, Annie DeSantos has really inspired me.
She's been charging at home, hasn't she?
She's like such an incredible surfer. She's so nice. And also, I'd have to say Sally. Sally's been so nice.
Yeah, I think as far as 2 girls, especially that are coming out of the area of Sydney, that, you know, we're from a similar area. I'm just down the coast from where you're growing up at. But Sally Fitzgibbons lives down in Jiroa, and she's about an hour and a half south of Sydney. One of the best female surfers of all time.
Yeah.
About 14 years in total on the championship tour. She's now battling out on the Challenger Series to try and get herself back in there. And she actually had a really bad knee injury at the Bolito event. I think she sliced it with her fin or something like that. But really incredible. And to be able to know that Annie DeSantos she's been a good small wave surfer. She's been, you know, trying to get herself into that conversation from the competitive side outside the QS. But she's been charging like the big waves off Sydney.
Oh, they're massive. I've seen it in live, and I'm like, oh my gosh.
Oh, on that one, I remember seeing Anne at Nias last year. She got one of the best barrels of the whole event. She got a 9-point barrel on a backhand. Can you remember that?
I saw that on TV, and I was like, oh.
So good. It's really cool to hear. I love that your picks for kind of the inspiration for you are coming from, you know, close to home, so you actually can be spending time in the water with them as well. Maybe not super often because they're both traveling a lot, but they're literally, you know, women that you're going to be surfing with at your local break occasionally, as well as women of a different generation, because Sally Fitzgibbons is in my age range. She's in her early 30s, and she's one of the, you know, real chargers that's been a consistent kind of conversation in women's surfing for the last 20 years, where Ando Santos is just entering into that conversation in her 20s now, and she's just that generation ahead of yours and really starting to set a different example.
Yeah.
Well, it's so cool to be able to have you here in the booth with us, and we've got a guy there on a kayak. I'm not sure what he's doing with that buoy, but he's, you know, he would know the reef better than anyone.
He's struggling. the current is playing havoc with him. There's been non-stop sets just when he wants it to go flat. He might be trying to get a buoy out there, a marker buoy for the Aloha Cup is what I'm thinking. He might be trying to set up something for that.
Great bit of insight. Now, I've just taken a look at our our scores in the water. We got 4 minutes left on the clock, and Ajish Ali has taken the lead. So he had that 6.17. Now he's backed it up with a 5.60. John Chan dropped in a 6.53. As we've got live action here with Hood Ahmed. He's down into 3rd, gets bogged on that first turn, unfortunately, and is unable to really capitalize on the rest of that wave. Hood is down into 3rd now, though he was leading a moment ago.
Oh, Red.
He's got that 7 on the board and is chasing a score. Red now up and riding our heat leader. Gets a little stuck on that first turn, but he's looking for something a little bit more speed to drop out of that second. Sets his line. Nice connection on the 3rd. Goes down on the finish of that turn. Judges may deem that incomplete. And we'll take another look at it here, Mark.
He's having a really good competitive effort here. He's picking good waves. I mean, he did get a little stuck there, which put him off access for the rest of the ride. But what sort of score is he trying to delete here, being in the lead?
He's trying to get rid of a 5.60 as his low score.
Yep, okay, so that's probably not going to happen right there. But we're almost out with this heat anyway. So he's done a great job, 11.71. 7.7 two-wave total. Hood is the man that needs to do something. He's in 3rd spot, if I'm correct, Shannon, the surfer in white.
He's in third. He's only chasing a 2.53. So the interesting thing, and you may feel this when you're in the water, we'll get back to that conversation in a second though, because Hood is up and riding again. One quick re-entry on his backhand, and looking for only a 2.53. He could have it possibly with a single turn like that.
Well, his last wave he got one turn in as well before he fell. So I think we still owed that number as well.
So we're still owed 2 scores. The last score that we have in front of us is a 7. But Izzy, both the 3rd and 4th place surfer have nearly identical leading waves in the 7 and a 6.53 for John and for Hood, but really don't have any strength in their backup scores. What's it like for you when you're out there competing and you can hear those requirements coming in from the judging panel, knowing that the surfer that's maybe just behind you and could knock you out is chasing a really small score? What do you do with your strategy when there's only a couple minutes left?
When there's a couple minutes left, if I have first priority, I'll try to block the person underneath me and make sure they don't get a wave if they're only needing a small score. If I have last priority, just trying to back that score up, get a higher score.
Do you use a coach when you're back home in Sydney?
Yes.
Who do you work with?
I work with Bo Mitchell.
Oh yeah, Bo was a great competitor. Yeah, he was
Yeah.
cool. All right, good on you, Bo. And quite intense too, living in Sydney. There's a lot of rippers there, so I imagine that really
Yeah.
helps drag your level up as opposed to time spent in Thailand where perhaps you're probably their best surfer and it might be hard to get pushed all the time.
There's also another girl surfer, Annie Finn, and she's a really good surfer. And whenever, sometimes when I go to Thailand, I'll surf with her, and we'll do practice heats and that.
That's awesome. Is she the same age as you?
No, she's a bit older.
Okay, cool. That's awesome to hear. Annie Finn, we'll keep an eye on her for sure.
Well, White has moved into second place.
All right, so Hood dropped in a 2.67 for his last wave, which was just enough to get the requirement to take him into an advancing position over John. We're taking a look at that replay there, but our surfer in blue now chasing a 3.15 to get the advancing position, and Afri in the green jersey chasing a big 7.17. Let's take another look at this last one from Hood, because he could even be improving his situation.
Well, it's super close for second spot. Geez, I really like the way John surfed throughout the event, but Hood being the local, he hasn't strung together an overall really good heat yet. He's always had one good wave and then struggling to get his second, sort of strong number together. So at least he's done just enough to be holding on to a slender second position. I hope he hangs in the draw, because if it gets big and barreling, boy, you watch him go. He's a crazy backhand tube rider.
Well, this heat has finished, and the Maldivian coach flying the flag, feeling stoked, as John Chan from Chinese Taipei was unable to get himself a last wave to try and get his requirement, which means that Hood Ahmed has made it through into the next round in that second place position alongside of India's Ajish Ali. So that was a really exciting heat to call. A lot of crazy exchanges in there, but also really special to be able to join in the conversation with Izzy. Izzy, it's been so fun to have you in here. What are you looking forward to most about your time remaining here in the Maldives?
Just trying to get some more big scores and just have a great time.
Well, you're definitely going to be a threat for both the under-18 girls and the women's final. It's going to be exciting to see, Mark. And we'll be back with more action right after this.
was the first wave for Team Maldives. Ahmed Agil. Heat Dagebaki, 23 minutes and 15 seconds. Waiting on the first of white.
Righto, here we are, folks. This is the last heat. We're calling it Heat 3 of the Repechage round 3 for the men's. And we're looking at some replays going on here right now. Surfing white, that is Ahmed Agil. We have 3 Maldivian surfers in the lineup. He is one of them. His teammate Adam Mujin Ibrahim is out there in the green. Jalam Nizar is in the blue. And the Indian surfer Sanjay Salvamani is in red. So there's our matchup. That's what the gangsters look like. And this will be our final heat before we go on a little hiatus, Mel, and come back later with the Aloha Cup.
Oh, I'm looking forward to that. That should be super, super fun this afternoon. Just outside on my break, conditions are dead set picking up. You can see that, as you just said then, poor old mate there that had to put the buoy in for the Aloha Cup. He's getting washed around a little bit now. So good signs, but I'm liking your free surfing options this afternoon, Mark. It's happening.
So am I. I had a good one this morning to kick things off. Up in the dark and paddled out there. Just a bit of R&D, mate, checking it out, taking one for the team, you know, so we can come in here and talk it up. I'm a hard worker, you know
that's your work day. It starts in the water. I know that. It's sort of always about, you know, trying to get your equipment tuned for you, so pretty well much should have it dialed by now, shouldn't you?
Boards are going good. Thanks, Troy.
Sick.
All right, so the last heat of the day, well, last sort of before we get to the Aloha Cup, the last elimination heat, shall we say. 2.50 and a 3.17 thrown down for Ahmed Agil. So the only surfer with any rides to mention. So it's all going on out there, Mel. You've just been outside. It's 11:15. What's happening on the beach?
There wasn't on my break off. Okay, but there wasn't that much happening on the beach, too much on my heat off. I actually thought that, you know, for something different, I was just going to walk down one of the back streets, have a little bit of a look around, and I spotted a shop, walked in there, and I bought myself a Magnum because it is that hot. And then when I was sitting in there, I thought, if I take this Magnum outside into that heat outside, it's just going to
melt off your stick.
So I sat in there and chatted to the young girl from Nepal who's working in the shop, and it was cool just to sort of get a little bit of a locals flavour on what's going on behind the scenes with her and everything. But yeah, the Magnum went down pretty good.
I've got to say as well, when you're walking along a lot of those side streets, Mel, I've been walking along taking photos because there's so many cool little cafes. They all kind of have this nice fluffy white sand in their cafe. There's no carpet or tiles. Everybody's packing sand. And a funny thing happened. I was taking some photos the other day and I was watching this dude raking the sand in the cafe, and I had to take a photo of him and send it to the crew at home because it's something you don't see every day.
No, well, your floor coverings are sand. That's what it is.
You're normally sweeping the sand out of your cafe.
Yeah, that's
He's
true.
in there raking it up, so it looked nice for the customers. But that's a pretty stock standard thing here. Even that the little alleys and the side roads you walk down, Mel, they're all sand based. There's no black tops. It's pretty cool. Blue is Jaleem Nizar. Didn't go too far on that one. But there's a lot to like about just the coolness and the authenticity of this island, Mel. It's, there's very little cars. It's kind of push bikes is the main option, scooters occasionally, and the odd car, sandy streets, sandy cafes. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, well, the island's only 1/2 kilometre wide and around about 1.2 kilometres long. Here's our first score, Mark. This is the 5.67 I think he's got on this, and it's a really good, that was a great flowing first powering turn, but he just got caught up a little bit in the whitewater on that one, so that sort of dirtied the score somewhat. And this must be his last one, so I'm not quite sure what he got for the first one. He's gone for the fin chuck on that second turn there, and our surfer in blue here, here's the Predator heading down the line on that wave. And then I like those stylish, like power carve kick-outs. They're cool.
Well, the good news is there's still 18.5 minutes to sort this one out, because the biggest number is only a 3.17, Mel, that first wave of whites. but driving hard off the bottom, didn't quite pierce the lip right there, so he'll be looking to do something a little better here. A funky attempt at a floater that did not pay dividends for Adam Ibrahim, but Red slashing in the pocket, looking pretty strong is Sanjay, the Indian. All right, so with some low numbers on the board, this is going to be the best wave of the heat to this point. Still stringing it together, showing some power. Good read on the flow there as well, and a combination of manoeuvres. Well done, young man.
Yeah, no, I'm liking that too, so I'm going to be interested. Let's have a look at Green here. Goofy footer on his backhand, pretty well much, you know, going in the 9 o'clock to 3 o'clock range, goes down to 6, hits that at 10 and then comes back to 4, so not too much going there. And as you can see, the end result of that is not much speed, power and flow. We'll get that closeout turn.
No, that just turned into a one manoeuvre wave there.
Exactly, buddy, yep.
For Adam. But for me, really keen to see Sanjay score. Some quality surfing going on there, easily the best number. It's probably got to be at least a 6 or 6 plus, I'm thinking, for Sanjay.
Yeah, I'm going to hold on it because I really just sort of missed that first part.
He did good.
Yeah,
It could even be higher than a 6, I'm thinking.
Yeah, no.
In the context of this heat.
I just missed the first, only because I just saw the end of it, and have a look at the way he torsion twists his body, his torso, how he's able to swivel his hips, as it were, and get that board off axis so that he can get those acute angles then on his turns that then give him the speed and the power of flow. Now the big thing with this is when we do see it, watch his backhand as well. There's shades of Vatia Poto David here on this. Check it out. Look at that. That is strong. Second turn. There goes that backhand up in the air. That just looks so much like Poto. So we're going to go over to Kayla at the end of this replay, Mark, and I'll get you to introduce her. But a great wave, as you described, for our surfer in red.
All right, number isn't in yet, so while we're waiting for it, let's have a chat and hear who Kayla's found down there. Kayla?
Hi, I'm here with Ajish Ali from Team India, who's dominating this repecharge round. Tell me how it feels to be advancing on in competition.
I'm feeling happy to move on to next round. And I was nervous in the first part of my heat, and then after that I got a wave, and then I got confident, and then I got back-to-back waves, which scored like okay. I can't wait to serve more heats and win for my team country. And I also want to say thanks to my friends and family who's watching home, and my sponsor especially, TD Group. He's been sponsoring us so much for the last few years. Big thanks to TT Group and Mr. Arunwasu for helping on everything. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, that's super exciting. We are looking forward to seeing you go through the next rounds. How have you been handling all the pressure here? Is there anything that you do before your heat, listening to music, stretching, that helps you before you paddle out?
So I've been pretty much listening to my coach. His name is Samay Rebel. So he's been like teaching us mental preparation on the heats and how to like approach your heat like that. So that's been helping me a lot. And yeah, thanks Samay for helping me. And yeah, I'm so happy. And I can't wait to surf more.
Amazing. We can't wait to see you surf more, as the mental aspect is super important. I'm going to send it back up to you guys there in the booth.
Unreal. Thanks very much, Kayla, and well done, Arjeesh Ali, representing Indonesia, winning India, winning that last heat. And I believe you've got some stats, Mel, on Arjeesh's equipment.
Yeah, no, our beach marshal, surf shaper extraordinaire Ben has just given me some inside facts on this one. There's Indian surfers, Team India, and in particular Ramesh Budial, has riding hand-shaped boards that are actually made in India, and according to Ben, there are only 7 surf shapers in the entirety of the country. So our Indian surfer there is shaping handcrafted Indian boards. I believe Kanapathy J from Sri Lanka is also a shaper of boards there, and the board brand mark is called Ernie Surfboard, spelled E-R-N-I Surfboard. So
that's coming from Ben Way, our beach announcer upstairs. So good on you, Ben. He's a wealth of knowledge. He's a funny dude. I love the fact that we've met him here on this trip. Sanjay Salvamani, meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, the 5.83 for that last good wave of Reds. So with the decent rail work we saw, Mel, and a couple of replays on Reds wave, locking in with the 5.83. The only real highlight at this point of the heat, we've got a couple of 3.17s as our next highest numbers. So The heat is well balanced. We've got roughly half of it to go. We'll be on standby, go on hold for just under
Dolphins.
2 hours. Well, coming from West Oz, we see them all the time.
Yes.
All right, we see dolphins surfing waves, and it's a daily thing. It's no real biggie for us. But when you go to other places in the world and people see a dolphin, they jump up and down, they tap you and slap you, and they go, dolphin. You go, yeah, I got it. No, but there's a dolphin. You go, yeah. We get ones that surf waves at home. But there's a big pack of them. Flying overhead shot there from the drone, cool as.
And comparatively, they're not as big as our bottlenose dolphins. They're a smaller variety of them, but yeah, that's a really good overhead shot. Who've we got up and riding?
Jalim Nizar. All right, the Maldivian surfer now, as you were calling him before, the predator with his long hair. I like that analogy, Mal. Nice little wrap around for Jalim. Staying with this wave. Can't quite make sense of the end section. Out he goes. It was only his second ride, so that's going to help. If it's at least a 4.33,
let's have a look at it. He's chasing a 4.33. Sorry to interject there, buddy. He's back there. He's probably not really rebounded off the foam there, where that might get him up into the stellar heights of this. This is a little bit better turn, but just goes a little sleepy there on the power part of the turn. Bit skittish for me. I'm not seeing that at this point, but as you say, he doesn't need that much. I'm guessing, is he going to improve with that? What is lowest?
Oh, look, he needs a 4.33 for second, and as you were saying, a bit skittish. Not a bad analogy because his board just looked like it lacked a bit of drive.
Yes.
Every time he tried to turn, he kind of found it hard to get back to the power source. Either way, he'll be happy that he's finished a second wave. It's definitely going to be his best number and will make his requirement come down. Wow, there's a lot of sea life going on right there at the moment,
look
mate.
at that. How's the vision going out to the world? The guys, we need to give them a big pat on the back.
Production team are killing it, you guys.
Killing it, you guys. Well done.
We're loving what you're doing. And all the different angles and the drone footage is just killer. And they did a huge pan away before of the atoll. And you and Shannon were talking about it, and I was watching the big screen. And that pan away just to show the colours and the extent of what an island making up part of the atolls look like. There we go. Right on cue, the boys giving us a really nice drawn back look at Thulusdhoo Island.
Good call, Mark. They're going to do it again. So if you're back there at Web World at home, check this out. The emerald green
look at the
of the reef. But look at that big Asia blue channel just running through it, clean and green.
All right, Ahmed Agil, boom. Now he's in second spot. He's only got one wave. Well, he's actually got a couple of scores, so he's hoping that this turns into his best wave. I think it does, because his better number before that was a 3.17. Holding on to second, didn't need a whole lot to go into the lead. A high 2 would have done it, so I think he does.
Oh yeah, that 3.17's Gonski. That's not a big wave, but it's a good wave. So the judges aren't going to hang their hats on that one with some huge scores, but it was a good wave. And for me personally, I liked the way that he was able to tick the boxes, working his way along without any loss of speed, power and flow. So the flow factor will get filled here with that box being ticked.
We'll get a replay on this in a minute, Mal, and you can break it down as to what you liked.
Yes.
But for sure, he's 2.67 is a no-brainer. He'll go into the lead. But Sanjay with the 5.83 will still hold the best score. So Sanjay is well positioned. So the Indian surfer, he's kind of threatening to get rid of and knock out a couple of the Maldivians here. Oh, he just missed him. Here he goes, green. So back on the live action. Adam Ibrahim on his backhand. A strong driving turn. Come on, you've got to make these things. That was a wasted opportunity. Had a really good wave and a whole burst of speed, Mel. Overcooked it. Just a bit overdone on the rotation there.
Yeah, absolutely. Repechage round 3, heat 3. 2 surfers are going to progress through to the next. 2 surfers are Gonski on this one. So, when you get a quality wave like that in the repechage round 3, you really want to capitalise on your opportunities. So, gone a little bit begging there is our mate there, Adam.
He didn't need much to get up into second position. So, had he ridden out of that turn, I could have seen it. But Jalim Nizar, 4.33 for his last wave. I think that's exactly the number, just short of what he needs. Let's have a look at red anyway, because this is the Indian. And once again, wasted opportunities. We're down under 10 minutes, so maybe a bit of time pressure creeping in. We've got an actually, now, Mal, we have a tie for second position.
Woo.
We have 2 surfers that are locked on a 5.5 total for second and third. Second is Jaleem in the blue. Red is still leading. He's got a real froth monster here, though. He's going to have to wrestle this thing to get a number. Whoops, you can see how hard that is to ride. That was, well, not prime wave choice right there for Sanjay. But yeah, so in the case of a tie like we have, second and third, Ahmed Agil, the surfer in white, is in third due to the fact that the surfer in blue has a better single ride, and that's how you split a tie for the crew that may be wondering. Big set, biggest set I've seen for a while, Mel. One thing I noticed during my free surf this morning is there were more closeouts today than there were yesterday. Very similar size surf, but yesterday probably 80% of the waves were peeling and grinding. Today, it's a 50-50.
Oh, here we go. Sorry, Mark. White is blowing up. That first turn was solid. For me, that's arguably one of the best first turns of the morning this morning. And if he had stuck that last turn at the end, I'm pretty sure we would have seen a good score there.
Ahmed Agil.
Ahmed Agil.
Take a bow. Boom.
That
All right.
was so psycho. I love that
A
turn.
real good trajectory, you know, pretty vertical to get to that point A. So the judges, I think the number is in, and they've thrown a 6.83 at that.
Oh, I'm liking that for a score. Let's face it, you know, probably 80% of that whole score was on that first turn.
So now pretty much all numbers are locked in, everybody. Ahmed Agil, due to that vertical approach and not being scared to get up there and hit it, has put himself in the lead. Here he is now. This is a replay of that wave. So Ahmed is sitting on a 10.2 wave total now. He's got a good 2-point lead over the rest of the pack. Sanjay Salvamani in second, the surfer in red. He needs to respond with just over 4 points to get back to the lead. This fella here in the green is in third. That was the over rotation we saw before, Mel, and not going to do him any favours. Remains in third. Boom, this is the big hit. That's the 6.83.
That was so cool, wasn't it? You know, dongs the bell at 12 o'clock on that thing, Mark.
It was a hard wave to surf too, and to really nail that first move, kudos. Adam Ibrahim has just got to rethink his wave choice. He's down to 6 minutes, probably got one more opportunity. So what they all need, blue in fourth to advance needs a mid-3, so not a big ask from Jalim. Adam, who is third, a bigger requirement is a mid-4. Red in second to go into the lead needs a low 4. And Ahmed Agil, who we just saw launching into a 4.68, has already just backed it straight up with a 4. So had a 6.83. His last ride a 4.67, Mel. He's doing really well now. Other requirements, put it this way, I reckon he wins the heat.
I'm with you.
It's now a battle for second. Sanjay Salvamani, the Indian surfer, holding on to a very slender and nervous second position with 5.5 to go.
Exactly, and then third place, our third only needing a 4.54, and in fourth place, our surfer in blue is only needing a 3.64.
Okay, so
very achievable. Look at the scores they've had.
Yep, blue has first priority as well, so he's in fourth, doesn't need much. Green in third position has second priority, so this is him right now, slashing in the pocket from our drone view, so it's a little bit hard to tell how gnarly these turns are from the drone view. We will get a replay. There's lots of chook feathers flying around, Mel, so that's 3 pretty decent turns from the drone view. Maybe you can break down this for us.
Yeah, let's have a look at this. This is actually really good surfing from the drone view. So our front-on view is going to probably give us a better idea exactly what he's doing here. Ooh, it's going to be tricky. Doesn't need much, we know, but there's the money turn. That finishing turn on the end is the money turn. Now, whether or not the judges are going to hang their hats on that, he didn't need much. We're not going to speculate here at this point, but I think he's knocking on the door, Mark, with this wave.
I think he gets it. I'm going to say he does. A mid-4, but meanwhile, blue now, who Jalim, he needed a less number. So a little mini schwack in the pocket. Goes a little bit bizarre on that move, and the Predator is down for the count. I don't think he gets the number he needs.
Let's have a look at it. Yeah, this first turn here where things just go a little bit wrong. There it is. He doesn't really get a bit of any rhythm going, and some flow out of those two turns, and in fact, he just comes unstuck at the end there. So the interesting one is we are sitting here waiting. What's happening here with our surfer in green?
I reckon he moves up. The boys on the beach there, how are you, fellas? Sitting there, pole position, right on, the box seat. So let's have a look. The numbers, I think, are in for, what was our score? Was Green. Green's moved up. He did get the number he needed, Mel. So Adams, last wave, a 5.37. He needed a mid-4. Gets it. Second position right there. So Sanjay, the Indian, now needs a 2.97. That is nothing. The surfer in red.
This. Okay, here's our surfer in white. This is heat leader.
This is the replay.
Oh,
Another replay of that big number.
Wave. That was that great first turn. Yeah, there's so much about that first turn. Just looked a bit cover shottish for me, that first turn.
There's
Everything
nothing
about
separating second and third here. So, this is the real highlight of the whole heat. That's what's put him in the lead. And this was a good comeback wave for Adam Ibrahim. So we have the two Maldivian surfers in first and second, so their teammates on the beach. They were looking anxious, but I'm sure their nerves will be settled seeing that wave of greens.
I'm
That's a
tipping
5.37.
This ain't over at this point. Sonjay in third is only needing a really minor
2.97.
score, you know. and
Blue
he's-
needs a 4.48.
Yes. I'm thinking Blue's going to be the one that, if he can, he will. But Sanjay in third in red, that is super achievable. That's
And
basically one manoeuvre.
He's got first priority.
Oh, here we go. The arm
2
wrestle.
minutes and a bit. So I'm really going to watch this with keen interest. There's a view from the beach, everybody. It's such a nice setup there. The whole beach is shaded pretty much all day, which is such a luxury for the
So cool,
lounge
isn't it?
jockeys down there to be
Yeah,
able to
yep.
sit under the shade and watch the surf. There's a boardwalk to our working tower, the judging tower. We're right on 2 minutes. There's less than 1 point separating second and third. That man in red has been asked a question right now. He needs a 2.97. He's got to hold his nerves here. He's got to find a wave and cash in that top priority, or he'll be kicking himself if he can't stand up one more time, Mel, and have a crack at this minor score.
There are lines coming, Mark. So here we go. It's up to him. When is he going to pull the ripcord here?
It's hard to tell how big that wave is from the drone. It
It
doesn't
is,
look
isn't
very
it?
big to me. It's a bit of a slider, I think,
Oh,
but it's got his
Sonjay.
interest.
Yep. And that's possibly, maybe the only one that's going to come through in the time remaining. We're
It's just over a
sub
minute.
90 seconds
Yeah, I
here.
reckon he gets a shot at it.
Yeah.
So let's watch Green. He needs to improve on a 3.43 to extend second.
Can't see it happening with that. So
Pretty
here we
small
go.
little
The
wave.
door is slightly ajar for Sanjay, Mark.
Yep, Sanjay. Remember this, folks, a 2.97. He's in red. He'll be scouring this and having a good look at this wave, no doubt. He is, and he takes it,
Oh,
using it
mate.
his top priority. So a good burst of speed now for red. He's got to pull at least one move. I'm not sure. He needed to square it up off the bottom and probably hit that thing, and he would have got the number. Goes down, messes up his opportunity with 35 seconds to go. He's out wide, though. Does another wave swing his way? He had the wave, Mel.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at it. Look, he saw that this was a long runner. There's only one manoeuvre on this. He went for the roofline floater on that. And possibly, I think, maybe should have turned the board a little bit towards the beach instead of trying to take it down the line a little bit more, and just got that read a little bit wrong, Mark.
Oh, man, he looked like a nervous man when
He
he
did.
stood
I
up.
thought
You
that
could
too.
see it. He's like, he wasn't sure what to do. The number was so low. He went, I just
Yeah.
got to do one thing. What do I do? Unclear. Didn't drive off the bottom. Took the wrong option. Down he goes. It's easy for us to say from this point, but
Correct.
I feel for Sanjay. He did surf a good heat. The two Maldivian boys, Ahmed Argil in white, will advance along with Adam Ibrahim in green. So congratulations to those
Well
two.
done, boys. And that'll be a popular win on the beach there at
It
the
will be.
moment. So well done to the Maldivian team.
Okay, so what we'll do is we're going to throw to a recap, everybody. We will then leave you with it for just under 2 hours, and we'll come back with the Aloha Cup starting right here, Maldivian time at 1:30. Get a load of the recap, everybody. We'll see you this afternoon for the Aloha Cup.
Make sure you're back.
Welcome to day 4 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023. The waves are still absolutely pumping. Nations from all over Asia are here to compete. Tune in for all of the action. Welcome to day 4 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023. The waves are still absolutely pumping. Nations from all over Asia are here to compete. Tune in for all of the action. Welcome to day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo. It's the end of day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023, and we saw some amazing action from all the surfers, including the women today. Tune in tomorrow for more. Welcome to day 1 of the ASF
ride for blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second priority goes to white, third priority to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. All right, blue up and riding, local talent. Now blue has first priority. 9 calls, 16 minutes, 20 seconds.
Welcome to day 2 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Blue. Priority goes to green. Priority goes to green. Second priority goes to red. 30 seconds. Priority to fifth wave. Opening up. Red. First ride. Keep the band, keep Watanabe. Third priority goes to blue. Time stop.
day 4 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023. The waves are still absolutely pumping. Nations from all over Asia are here to compete. Tune in for all of the action. Welcome to day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo. Championships 2023, and we saw some amazing action from all the surfers, including the women today. Tune in tomorrow for more.
Right for blue. This begins fourth wave. Now second guarding goes to white, third guarding to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. have first priority. Time called 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
Welcome to day 2 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Blue. Flag goes to green. Flag goes to green. Second flag goes to red. 30 seconds. Alright, in the fifth wave. Opening up. Red. First ride. Tipo Watanabe. Third side goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day 4 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023. The waves are still absolutely pumping. Nations from all over Asia are here to compete. Tune in for all of the action. Welcome to day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo. Championships 2023, and we saw some amazing action from all the surfers, including the women today. Tune in tomorrow for more. Welcome to day 1 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
Opening ride for blue. This will be his 4th wave. Now second already goes to white, third already to green. Blue up and riding, 4th wave. seconds.
Welcome to day 2 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Blue, go. Flag goes to green. Flag goes to green. Second flag goes to red. Seconds. Right in the fifth place. Opening up. Red, first ride. Japan, Iko Watanabe. Third party goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day 4 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023. The waves are still absolutely pumping. Nations from all over Asia are here to compete. Tune in for all of the action. Welcome to day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
First wave. See how moves. Left and riding. Now third side goes to white. Move. Second side goes to green. White has second priority. Blue has third priority. Next team, can you please do back turn to channel? You still have 3 minutes remaining. All teams must wait for the horn to move into the competition area. White, little point.
It's the end of day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023, and we saw some amazing action from all the surfers, including the women today. Tune in tomorrow for more. Welcome to day 1 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at
This will be the opening ride for blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second priority goes to white, third priority to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. All right, blue Now blue has first priority. Time called 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
Welcome to day 2 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Flag goes to green. Flag goes to green. Second flag goes to red. 30 seconds. Right in the fifth wave. Opening up. Red. First ride. Japan, Iko Watanabe. Third party goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day 4 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023. The waves are still absolutely pumping. Nations from all over Asia are here to compete. Tune in for all of the action. Welcome to day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo. Championships 2023, and we saw some amazing action from all the surfers, including the women today. Tune in tomorrow for more.
Right for blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second already goes to white, third riding to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. Protocol 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
Welcome to day 2 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Here we go. Flag goes to green. Flag goes to green. Second flag goes to red. Opening up, red, first ride. Japan, Iko Watanabe. Third ride goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day 4 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023. The waves are still absolutely pumping. Nations from all over Asia are here to compete Tune in for all of the action. Welcome to day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo. Championships 2023, and we saw some amazing action from all the surfers, including the women today. Tune in tomorrow for more.
Opening ride for Blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second guarding goes to white, third guarding to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. up and riding. Local talent. Now blue has first priority. Time called 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
Welcome to day 2 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Body goes to green. Body goes to green. Then the body goes to red. 30 seconds. Riding the fifth wave. Opening up. Red. First ride. Fans, Kiko Watanabe. Third try goes to blue. Time call.
to day 4 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023. The waves are still absolutely pumping. Nations from all over Asia are here to compete. Tune in for all of the action. Welcome to day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo. Championships 2023, and we saw some amazing action from all the surfers, including the women today. Tune in tomorrow for more.
Right for blue. Begins fourth wave. Now second already goes to white, third already to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave.
day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Try to go to green. Try to go to green. Then the try to go to red. 30 seconds. Alright, it's a big wave. Opening up. Red. First ride. Keep the band. Keep Watanabe. Third try goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day 4 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023. The waves are still absolutely pumping. Nations from all over Asia are here to compete. Tune in for all of the action.
Second try goes to green.
Welcome to day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
Left right or first wave. See how moves. Weapon riding. Now first side goes to white. Blue. Second side goes to green. White has second priority. Blue has third priority. Next step, can you please move back towards the channel? We still have 3 minutes remaining. All teams must wait for the horn to move into the competition area. White, little point.
2023, and we saw some amazing action from all the surfers, including the women today. Tune in tomorrow for more. Welcome to day one of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at
The opening ride for Blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second priority goes to white, third priority to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. All right, Blue up and riding, local talent. Now Blue has first priority. Time call 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
Welcome to day two of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Blue goes. Priority goes to green. Priority goes to green. Second priority goes to red. Second. Watanabe. Third priority goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to Day 4 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023. The waves are still absolutely pumping. Nations from all over Asia are here to compete. Tune in for all of the action. Welcome to Day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
Left right or first wave. See how moves. Left and righting. Now third side goes to white. Blue. Second side goes to green. White has second priority. Blue has third priority. Next team, can you please do back turn to channel? You still have 3 minutes remaining. All teams must wait for the horn to move into the competition area. White, little point.
out for more. Welcome to day one of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
Opening ride for Blue. This will be his fourth wave. Now second riding goes to white, third riding to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. All right, Blue up and riding, local talent. Now Blue has first priority. Time called 16 minutes and 20 seconds. First ride. Team Japan, Iko Watanabe. Third ride goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome to day 4 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships 2023. The waves are still absolutely pumping. Nations from all over Asia are here to compete. Tune in for all of the action. Welcome to day 3 of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at Thulusdhoo.
Left right or first wave. See how moving. Left riding. Now first ride goes away. Blue. Second ride goes to green. White has second priority, blue has third priority. Next team, can you please get back towards the channel? You still have 3 minutes remaining. All teams must wait for the horn to move into the competition area. White, little point. Again.
tomorrow for more. Welcome to day one of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships here at
The opening ride for Blue. Putting his fourth wave. Now second guarding goes to white, third guarding to green. Blue up and riding, fourth wave. All right, Blue up and riding, local talent. Now Blue has first priority. Time called 16 minutes and 20 seconds.
Welcome to day two of the ASF Asian Surfing Championships. Waves are absolutely amazing here today in the Maldives, and we're on for another day of competition. Tune in.
Third wave. Flag goes to green. Flag goes to green. Second flag goes to red. 30 seconds. Riding the fifth wave. ride. Team Japan, Iko Watanabe. Third ride goes to blue. Time stop.
Welcome back to Thulusdhoo here in the Maldives. It's been an incredible week of surfing so far. For our main format of competition, running through men's, women's, under 18 boys and under 18 girls divisions, but we're now introducing something new to the Asian Surfing Championships in the Aloha Cup. Shannon Hughes alongside Mark Cliff to be calling the action, and the Aloha Cup is just about to get ready to start, so that's going to be a really exciting tag team event.
Well, it is, because we've just seen your stock standard event, you know, elimination and all that stuff with rapid charge rounds, but this is a little funky. It's a teams event, 4 surfers per team. I believe you've got all the rules there, Shannon, but let's see how people hold up under a bit of team pressure and time pressure and all that sort of stuff, because as you were about to explain, I guess we've got an hour to get these teams through, yeah?
That's right. So there's going to be 60 minutes on the clock, and we've got 4 different nations competing. We have China, Japan, Lebanon, and the Maldives. They've got 4 surfers each, so we'll be talking through who those surfers are as this heat gets underway. But we're going to start out with 2 surfers that are in the water. We can see them there sitting on the buoy that's just come up on screen. There's only going to be 2 surfers out at the buoy per team to start. That way the back 2 surfers, 3rd and 4th, don't have to sit in the water for the next 30 to 40 minutes waiting. So the first 2 surfers are going to be out there. We're now just waiting to hear that buzzer sound for the start of this heat. But at that buzzer, the first surfers from every team, it's going to be surfer number 1, is going to paddle from that outside buoy, which is where our caddies have been sitting throughout this entire week, into that takeoff zone. They're then going to have the opportunity to catch 3 waves. Their top 2 waves are what's going to count for their scores towards their team. Once they catch those 2 waves or those 3 waves, they're happy with it. They can then wave their hands to their team. Surfer number 2 then gets to paddle into the takeoff zone and look for their best 2 waves while surfer 1 will be finished. At that point as well, you can see that little red tint on the island off the deck there. That is where the 3rd and 4th surfers for every team are going to be positioned. The moment surfer 1 finishes, waves the hands for surfer number 2 to paddle into the zone. That means that surfer number 3 is allowed to jump off of the paddle out zone, paddle through the lineup, and position themselves at the buoy, and we'll have the same thing happening in the rotation to get that 4th surfer out there.
So for the people online, look, it might sound like it's a big mouthful, but realistically it's not. It's pretty simple, and most people have sort of surfed under this format before, so it's a bit of a no-brainer. It's kind of everybody's on top of it. The 4 teams that we have surfing were represented by the team in red, which is the Maldivian team. They will be represented by 3 male and 1 female surfer. We'll run through their list of names as we get them rolling. The Japanese team will surf in blue. They are putting up 3 of their male surfers, which are effectively their junior men, and 1 woman surfer. We then have China in the green, who have opted to take 3 ladies, 3 women surfers into their team and 1 male. And then we have Team Lebanon in white, and they've got 3 males and 1 female surfer there to represent Team Lebanon. I think the sirens just sounded, so in 1 hour's time we'll have the outcome of the Aloha Cup, but this is kind of pretty groovy, isn't it?
Pretty fun. We've got our first paddlers now having a look to get themselves into the lineup. So for Team Maldives, surfer number 1 is Hussein Arif in the red jersey. For Team Japan in the blue jersey, it is Riki Sato. For Team China in the green jersey, it is Zihao Wu. And for Team Lebanon in the white jersey, it is Alfred Alai Badar. And we've got Mal Caithness that has joined us to call the action. So this is going to be a fun heat for the three of us. We'll get to talk through all the great surfing and break down some of that strategy that comes into a tag teams event, because it is pretty different, Mal, than what we see in standard competition.
Oh, absolutely, Shannon. And look, the horn's gone and they're racing. And that's what I like about this. They now need to bring a little bit of that fitness, that Ironman thing to the event now, being able to paddle into the lineup there. And yeah, towards the end of it all, to finish within the time and then get the bonus points really does mean there has to be some time management strategies here. You might even find some of these surfers don't complete their requirement just perhaps to get their better surfer in, and they are really going to want to make sure they get the bonus points at the very end there.
That's so true. There's so much of that strategy that we'll be able to pick apart between, you know, surfers that decide maybe a wave that doesn't get a super high score, but at least they've stood up on their second wave. They're not going to be docked any points, because there is the potential for 5 points to be docked if a surfer doesn't get 2 waves and they come in too early. Same with the final surfer as well. Hopefully we don't see that happening. But it's going to be an exciting one. One thing I wanted to fill our audience in, the fact that this is the final. We haven't had any other Aloha Cup heats running up to this. We've just had 4 teams that have entered in. They needed to be able to have 4 surfers in the water. Now, because there are some teams here that have less than 4 surfers available to surf or keen to be joining into this level of competition, they have opted that it's okay for a team manager or a coach to fill a single slot for a team.
That's really good.
As we take a look at first wave here, our surfer from Japan in the blue jersey, Riki Sato, up and riding. Gets a couple quick turns on that opening section. Nice little flare of the tail to finish, Mark.
Yep, a quick whippy start there for Riki, and once again to confirm that, yeah, the Japanese surfers, they're all their juniors. They only brought junior surfers to the Maldives, so Riki Sato is also competing in 2 individual divisions, and they put him up here, so I really like the speed he surfs with. His precision surfing is just a trait of the Japanese camp. It's a little bit of a frothy inside wave, but he figured, well, you know, he's already got some points on the board. That could turn into one of his 2 waves. It'll be his choice, but red now out of the Maldives.
Now up and riding our surfer in red. That is Hussein Arif. Goes down, oh no, Mal on the first turn.
Wow, yeah, that could be a costly little error too there. We get it. Your best 2 waves get counted, but now the pressure gets put on Hussein. Now he needs to make the next 2 scorers for him. So Riki Sato gets the Japanese team up and away and racing. I really like the end turn on Riki's wave, Mark. He busted a little bit of fins free on that to be able to then just put a little exclamation mark on that smallish ride.
And look, generally with board rider stuff and surf league stuff, is we watch green. We'll just stay with this. So this is Zihao Wu. This is a male surfer out of the Chinese team. Obviously the goofy footer in the pocket with a nice big hit, a little slip,
wow.
But gritty finish there from Zihao, and he, you know, he's got some runs on the board as well, so good work.
That was great. This is going to be really exciting. So we've got scores on the board that are going to count probably for Japan and for Team China. Maldives was that quick fall, so he'll likely be going for a 3rd wave, but we could see at this stage, Mal, Team Japan and Team China just opting to come in after 2 waves should their next one be good.
All right, let's have a look. This is that wave there that the Maldivians wish they probably could have done a little bit better on. They haven't. We only managed to get the overview of that wave from the Chinese surfer. So let's have a look at this. This first turn was pretty damn nice. He really did hold that stylishly to get into the power zone. There's the big turn. That is pretty damn difficult to do in today's conditions, because the swell is infilling as we speak. So that wave there is going to score pretty well there for the Chinese team, and in fact it comes in at a 5-point ride.
Zihao Wu off to a screamer. Now, as I was just referring to earlier, Shannon, surf league stuff at home and board riders, tag team surfing, call it what you want. You always want someone to go out first and be kind of quick. You don't want to get behind early on in the piece. So generally the instructions of your first guy, you try and pick someone reliable. That is clear instructions. Be fast. Don't overdo your time.
And
Go ahead.
Yeah, and then can I ask, Mark, would you put your gun out first?
Maybe yes, maybe no. Most of the time they generally put their double whammy surfer or their gun somewhere in the middle, just to see how we're going, you know, to get the first guy out really fast. If anybody can take extra time, it would be your number 1 surfer, just to give him a bit more options. But Zihao there just clocking up, Riki Sato clocking up wave number 2.
All right, so we got scores to come through for this one. His first score came through as a 4.33, so he's looking to back it up here, Mal.
Yeah, no, and he's done a really good job on this. This is really well surfed from Ricky. Look at that turn there. That has suspended shards of foam and water in the sky there with that second turn. And he does get that nice little sleigh turn out the back. I think this is the one we've missed on the replay. This is our Maldivian surfer. He's going to make up for that first error. And two great turns there. I'm liking this.
Yep, so Hussein Arif, Ibu, he is 46 years of age, everybody, believe it or not. He's it's his second wave, so he's like the godfather of the Maldives. He's won himself half a dozen national titles. He's the current bronze medalist at the Asian Surfing Championships. Meanwhile,
all right, Alfred for Team Lebanon, up and riding on his opener. So everyone else already has at least one score on the board, maybe two. Now Alfred up and riding on his first. Little bit of work here as he comes through to the inside, throws a bit of spray off that last turn, and he's going to feel great paddling back in to get that second wave down, Mal.
37 years of age, actually, Alfred. Graffiti artist as well, just as a point of interest.
I love the Lebanese team. I'm actually going for dinner with them tonight, so I'll talk this one up. Alfred yesterday did his best turn mark. He did his best surfing yesterday. He's gone on from it. That's now better than the wave he got yesterday, and he's doing it for the Lebanese team. More than anything, national pride is at stake here. Alfred's pretty well much, he's going to be stoked that he got that wave there, and he's their gun. They've sent their gun out first.
Okay.
Yes, he's their gun. They've sent their gun out first. So, Alfred, all power to you. That was a well-surfed wave from Lebanon.
All right, so taking a look at our situation, we've got another score. We've got a score to drop for Ricky Sato, the fisherman out of Japan, young, grom, up and coming, but loves fishing. He has the 4.33 on the board already. Now, I've got a feeling that his second wave is going to be even higher, and I saw him paddle back in the lineup, which means he wants a third wave to try to improve the 4.33. China's Zihao now up and riding, putting together a really solid performance on this one. That was a critical moment to be able to finish on as well. He's already got a 5 on the board. My gut feeling is this is good. Take those 2 waves and get yourself in.
Really good. I reckon he taps out after that one because, you know, how long have we had off the clock? Only 8 minutes, 7.5 minutes. He may opt to go back out. But really like what he did there. Some confident surfing, Mel. No sign of nerves at all. There ain't no pressure under Zihao's hood right now. He's looking pretty relaxed, in really good form. He has 2 keepers should he wish to pull the plug. I guess maybe he can paddle out and sit there and see how these next 7 minutes pan out. If he doesn't find the wave he likes, he can maybe just arms up and just that's our tag.
Yeah, no, I'm hearing that.
So let's see.
I really like over to you onto the live action here, Shannon.
All right, so Ricky Sato, remember he already has the 4.33 as his first wave. We're still waiting for his second score, so this is now his third. It means it will be his last wave. Great bit of combination surfing. Gets a little stuck on that last turn. He's now going to look for something great to finish with. And he manages to stick his footing. All right, so hands up. That is the signal to surfer number 2, who is Sumomo Sato, one of the women competing for Team Japan, that she is able to paddle into lineup. It's also the signal to the next surfer in line, Kaisei Adachi, who is at the tent, at the top of the island off the deck, that he is now allowed to jump in the water and paddle out to the buoy to wait his turn.
And no grief time-wise, 9 minutes off the clock, so he's actually, you know, saved Team Japan 6 minutes. So great job. I reckon that last score is going to be pretty good as well. I'm interested to see what Green's last score drops in at. It's unavailable at this stage for Zihao, but I did like the backhand blast he put together. But Ricky, really smooth, 9 minutes, 3 good rides. Take your pick. He's got a lot to select from there, so he'll be happy with that effort.
Yes, super solid start. Sumomo Sato, the only woman competing in the Aloha Cup for Team Japan, now on her paddle out and getting herself into that position in the lineup. Now we've got 2 waves ridden for Team China, 3 waves ridden for Team Japan, so we've already seen the change over there. For the Maldives, we've got a second score to drop, and China's decided to go out for 1 more opportunity rather than calling it after 2. Nice 2-turn combination, and there's the switch for Team China.
Yep, so good work. And once again, that's like 10 minutes, so really good job from Zihao, the youngster of the team there. Let's have a little look. He's only 19 years, well, he's probably the elder one. 19 years of age. He's the oldest guy in the team, can you believe it? So well done on his 5.7 sharp eye. Looked really slick out there and made that thing hum on the 3 waves he caught. So he can be proud of his effort. Probably saved himself 5 minutes as well, so some pretty
Yeah.
good scores. I'm tipping he's probably done an equally as good job as Ricky.
Our Chinese surfer's just got a really good compact style, a really good base of support there. He cocks that back leg nicely in behind the front leg and is able to get the rotation through the core on his body on some awesome turns. And meanwhile, here we go over to you,
Alfred.
Shannon, our Lebanese boy.
All right, nice snap on his backhand for Lebanon, and he'll go down, unfortunately. But he's going to put a second score on the board. We're still waiting for his first score to come in. So judges taking a little bit of time to get the scores out. There is a lot of action. And Japan's Sumomo already up and riding. Big forehand hit to start, Mark.
Sure was. So their female surfer in the lineup now. She's got an added bonus of a few extra minutes if she needs it, but that was one really good hit. I'd like to see the replay again and just confirm whether she rode out in front of that, Mel. Did you see all that?
Yeah, I would give that a completion mark, and it's just, well, I keep flashing back a little bit on this. She shows shades of the 5 times world women's champion. She looks like Carissa Moore when she takes off, and she's doing turns a la Carissa Moore.
Up and riding now, Hussein.
Whoa,
On his backhand,
wow.
Ibu goes down. So that's going to be his third ride. We're still waiting for his second wave to come through. And unfortunately missed opportunities on both his first and his third waves.
A little bit of a pity there for Ibu because being the legend of the team, the elder statesman, 46 years of age there, all the boys would be looking up to it, and they sent him out first to get him off to a flying start. And it didn't go to plan right now, so the other three are going to have to pick up a little bit of slack. Ahmed Argil, surfer number 2 there, starting to scream into the lineup. So Ibu, he surfs with a lot of pride, and he'll be a little disappointed with those 2 falls.
Go ahead.
He certainly will, because he was the pinch hitter, Mark. He went out there as the pinch hitter where, you know, they wanted to be able to see him tee off, probably put a couple of balls over the boundary on the full, and unfortunately at this point now, he's just only got 1 score. Doesn't matter, I think the time management thing will save him a little bit, but maybe this will spur the rest of the boys in the batting order coming underneath him, perhaps to be able to then sort of carry that team a little bit further forward.
So that's Ahmed now making his way into the lineup. Time, how are we looking there?
We are down to 47 minutes, 23 seconds on the clock. Now, a couple scores came through for Alfred for Team Lebanon, a 3 and a 2.33 on the board. I haven't seen him wave his hands to change over. I believe that's him sitting there on the left-hand side of our screen. So he's still in the mix as we see this last wave of Zihao.
All right, so yet to see what sort of score locks in. We know he's tagged. It was his 3rd ride. Actually, this might go back to his 1st wave. I think they may.
So we'll have a couple scores. He opened up with a 5-point ride, and we'll take a look at this one from Ricky Sato. Still waiting for his last 2 waves. We know he opened on that 4.33, but was able to build with some pretty solid surfing after.
All right, so these are replays that happened a little while ago, team, if you're wondering what's going on out there in Web World. Ricky did a great job. I'm not sure what his whole 2-wave combo is, but here goes the surfer in green now. So this is
Zixi Yang for Team China. Great forehand attack for those first couple turns. Oh, that is such an unfortunate mistake. Is she going to get back up to her feet? That was looking like an incredible turn as she headed into it, Mal.
Oh, Shannon, I tell you what, I am calling they were the 2 best turns of this final thus far. That second turn was amazing. That was scintillating. She was going Mark 3 there. She sort of hit the corner a little bit and then decided the goat boat might have been the option.
Now, Mark, it looked like, I mean, we're talking super tropical here in the Maldives. It's a hot, sunny day. She's sitting out there waiting for, you know, sitting in the water, warm sun beating down. Like, that wax looked so slippery, her feet just slipped straight off of it.
It was highly unusual. You know, she had a faultless heat yesterday, putting up a 9 and a high 7, I think it was. They're looking at the replay again and see if we can see what went wrong. But she goes flat out. So maybe it was just the nature of her surfing that drew the error. And
look at this turn.
But yeah, she is a blockbuster performer. She will still have a huge number coming. You know, forget the fact that she had that little sit-down bizarre fall off there. It was almost the epic recovery of the whole contest. But those 2 hits on a women's scale, it's still going to be a big number.
That's
big. That was incredible. So she is 14 years old, looking to really put together some solid waves here. The judges, with the fall on the last turn, still rewarded her a 7.50. That could have been a 9 to 10 point ride
100%.
had she ridden out of that last turn with maybe another turn in front.
Exactly my sentiments, Shannon. She was on her way to a huge score with that. The other thing for me that, you know, when the error was drawn, she actually almost, as Mark was saying, recovered from that. So to be able to get core strength going, to get her feet started on that, I'm going, where's that come from? If that had happened to anyone else, you would have fallen off the back. You weren't even in the game anymore. And she put herself almost back in the game. That was radical.
Yeah, remember that name, everybody, C.G. Young. She's going to be around for a long, long time. We
100%.
went through all that yesterday, and we couldn't believe just how good she is at the age of 14. So look out for the crew on the Challenger Series and beyond. C.G. Young is coming for you lot big time.
She is, Mark, isn't she?
All right, so we're down to under 45 minutes on the clock, which means about 15 minutes down. Alfred up and riding, so this is an important moment for him, looking to increase the scoreline. He has the similar slip to what we saw from Zixi on that last one, and just slips straight off the board.
Little Bermuda Triangle going on that little part of the wave. Out he goes. That was kind of a funny wipeout. But Alfred, he's had his 3 waves, so he'll have to raise his arms now to release their second surfer.
All right, so he's got a 3 and a 2-3-3 as his high scores. His last wave falls through shy of that, so he's going to be heading in. Next surfer will be paddling out, who is Christopher Durrani on the Lebanon team. Now, Maldives, we've got a 5.5 as the high score for Hussein with a 1.5. Let's take another look at this. Was from earlier on from Zihao Wu. He had a 5 and a 5.40 as his 2 high scores for the first surfer for Team China. A 4.37 for his third wave doesn't factor into his top 2. And our surfer Ricky Sato ended up with a 6.5 and a 6.83. Sumomo Sato, who's currently in the water, has dropped in a 6-point ride for her first wave for the 17-year-old.
And Ricky, I could see there, he got better with every wave he rode, finished up with a 6.5 and added a 6.83 on that last wave there, so really good work. The replay here of Alfred. He's here just having a great old time. I remember bumping into him day 1 when he cramped up and Perry had to bring him in on the ski, and we had chats, and he's like, you know, my job as a graffiti artist, and he brought a bunch of boards. He hasn't surfed a whole lot coming here, but, you know, he's out there stoking it out and trying to do it for Team Lebanon.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, let's face it, he's given it his best. That was his personal best, that wave before, so you can't ask any more than that. You know, you've done your best for your team. I'm actually looking forward to the discussion around the dinner table tonight, because I'm going to say to him, mate, when you do a backhand turn, you're supposed to plough your inside arm into the wall, not put your head and shoulders in the wall. That is not a good way to be able to rotate around that turn. So we'll see how we go, and we'll have a bit of a laugh over that. What do you reckon?
You got a dinner date with the Lebanese boys, have you?
Yeah, with the whole team tonight, 7:30. They're just a really, really cool bunch of crew, and how could I knock back that invitation? You know, that was so cool right from day 1. So, yeah.
Red's on the hunt here.
Here we go.
Ahmed Ali.
All right, has a look at that one. Doesn't quite get into it for his first wave. He's being a little bit more patient here. He's one of the local surfers from the island of Malé here in the Maldives Islands. Puts his heart into everything that he does. And back in 2022, so last season for the local surf league here, excuse my pronunciation, but I believe it's Divehi is the local surf league. He took out the win for the entire league in 2022. So great consistency in performance through an entire season of competitive surfing here at home.
Well, he's going to have to bring it right now, because, you know, we've got one okay number in the red column, and that's it. Looking at some totals on the accumulated scoreboard, Japan are in the lead. They've got a whopping 19.33 total, which sits about a 1.5 higher than the Chinese team at a similar point. Maldives are playing catch-up, as are Lebanon, but the good news is everybody's got at least their second surfers in the water, so time-wise, things are looking good for all teams.
Oh, this is a really, really fun event to be a part of. It's been adopted for specifically the name of the Aloha Cup from the ISA, from the World Surfing Games and the juniors, actually across all of the events. They typically run an Aloha Cup, which was a great introduction to just bring that team camaraderie into things, but it's still very competitive. Typically, it's your top-ranked 8 teams heading into, you know, that year's World Surfing Games or into an event that would qualify to surf. It's not that every team is qualified to be in that conversation. As we've got a wave rolling through here, we'll see who is able to get into it. It looks like Zixi Yang now up and riding. So she dropped a 7.5 off of 2 super solid turns to start things off. Unfortunately, goes down on her second. She's going to wipe that off and definitely stick around for the third.
Yeah, first turn was looking really solid. Check this out, ladies and gentlemen. power projection turn, gets it up in the nice spot there, sweet spot. Second turn though, just a little bit late to the party.
Yep.
Just met that, just hard, you know, 1/3 or 1/4 of the way down the face, which then managed to just sort of mistime that turn. Otherwise, that was on its way to 2 great major manoeuvres there for our Chinese competitor. She is, you know, laying it down, Mark.
She won't mind that one bit, you know.
No.
She's really confident after the 7.5. Time is on their side. We know what she did yesterday was just rock solid, so forget that little hiccup where she kind of blindsided herself on that second hit. There's more goodness coming for the Chinese team. They are trailing by not too much over Japan, so at this stage, the 2 strong nations are starting to forge ahead.
Ahmed now up and riding. Important moment. He's been patient. This will be his first score on the board. And there's a little bit of work to be done for Team Maldives, as really they've just got that 5.5 on the scoreboard. So that's going to be a solid start for him, Mal. As we take
look at this. There's a bit of GRRR on that first turn there. He has gritted his teeth and ground that first turn off. Second turn, I'm going to give him the completion on that, and yes, he has completed, and you could hear the hoots and the hollers from the headland underneath the tent when he stuck that thing. So,
well, there was
to me
it looked like there was no way he was going to fall on that wave.
I'm
Mal.
with you.
Hey?
There was no way. He stuck that thing and nailed it.
Yep.
Did you like that first turn, Mark?
I did, yeah. Like, he really threw it up there and rode out, you know, comfortably. The second move, really tough hit, and could have gone sideways really easy, but he just dug his toenails in, Mel, and for Team Maldives just hung on above and beyond the call of duty and just completed that ride. So good man.
Very, very good observation, mate.
So scores to come through for last of green for China, second wave. But that's going to be a throwaway score likely, as Zichi's going to be sticking out there to wait for a third wave. Now, of course, we do have priority running through this. So basically, everything stays the same when it comes to competition format. As far as your actual heat surfing goes, you're trying to get your best 2 waves. Of course, here they've docked it to 3 waves max because there's a time limit, and you need to get all 4 surfers onto at least 2 waves by the end of the 60 minutes. A lot of times for the ISA events, or for any time a tag team event is running, of course, the Australian Board Riders Battle, those sorts of things around the world, you're looking at a beach start where the surfers are actually in a box drawn in the sand, maybe underneath a tent, and they've got to start from the sand, run out into the water, catch their 2 waves, run all the way back in. Sometimes they trip and fall over their leashes. It adds a bit of humor into the conversation. I've done that once or twice for the JBU in South Africa. And getting back into that tent, super important, and it's that actual physical touch of the hand, that tag over the line, that then allows the next surfer to enter into the conversation. So we've adjusted things slightly, given that a run into the sand here or a paddle into the sand would have taken more time than he has to run.
Well, the medical room would be going overtime if they had to run across that ring.
There'd be more than a few urchins in the crew's feet if they were running across on this side.
Could not physically do it, so the rules have been set. Quick one for you, I imagine no priority being used either at this situation. Is it a free for all?
Nope. So we've got priority. That's actually where I was going with it. So thanks for refreshing me on my mindset. We've got first priority right now is is China. Second priority is our surfer in. I think it is our surfer from Japan in second priority. As far as I'm aware, that will still be part of the conversation, because you do need to allow the surfers to actually get the best waves, rather than letting somebody drop in on another surfer. So I think that priority will be standing.
And Shannon, at this event here, what are the bonus points for finishing within time? And do they have to touch that yellow buoy to then end the whole show?
So I don't believe there's any bonus points for finishing in time. It's just like, congratulations, you get to keep all the points that you earned. But if you don't complete in time and you don't get to that buoy, that yellow buoy as your last surfer, by the time the buzzer sounds, then you could be docked 5 points. As we take a look at a wave here for Zichi, great opening turn, huge hook for the second, incredible poise and power from this 14-year-old out of mainland China. Gives the claim. That's like the claim to the judges as well as the claim to her team for the changeover, and that was just incredible.
We could just about see a perfect score here, Belle, just off turns.
I'd be so happy with that.
I'd be happy with that.
All right, Sumomo now up and riding. Unfortunately, she gets clipped. Now she's another super strong competitor. Walked away with a quarterfinal finish at the Krui Pro 5000 this year.
So
but
that's
just
a
gets
non-event.
clipped. Back to that wave of Zichi. Well, let's take a look at some live action here, because our surfer
in white, Christopher Durrani. All right, so out of Team Lebanon, let's have a look at Chris's stats. 27 years of age, lives in Beirut. Here is the replay, my goodness.
Right, here we go. Look at this wave, ladies and gentlemen. First turn was solid, but now she starts getting to work here. She's eyed it off down the line here. This is massive. That turn there is as big as you get. And look at this turn here. That is critical. Oh, I'm really loving this. The judges are going to dine out on that one all day, every day. That's got to be around about 9+, and who knows? I reckon some judges could throw. And
high nines.
High nines, I'm calling in this one as it comes in.
All right, scores to drop as we take a look at Ahmed on his forehand. Mark, what are your thoughts on this one?
Well, he's gone. So
it's literally gone.
Not a lot of thoughts on that. He kind of, you know, they're playing catch up a little, so they're probably starting to feel the squeeze here, the boys in red, the Maldivian team. But, you know, at the pressure, I think he's starting to get to the boys, and we're starting to see a real clear arm wrestle now for the lead between Team Japan and China. Will no doubt go into the lead after CG's last wave locks in. That was mental.
That was insane. Now this will actually be the fourth surfers for the team starting to paddle out. So that's the first pack of surfer number 4 for our Japanese team and our Chinese team hitting the water, which means that surfer number 3 is entering the lineup for both of these teams. The surfers that were in the water as number 2 have waved their arms and have decided to come in.
9.83.
9.83.
Huge.
Huge.
I bet. Can we have a look at the 5 numbers? Is there any chance we can do that?
No,
because I'm thinking there was probably a 10, in 2 10s and 3 10s in amongst all
2
that.
9.5s.
I concur, guys. I concur. I really at first thought, yeah, maybe. But then when you have a look at the first turn on that one with the benefit of hindsight and replay, and the judges have replay as well.
Mate. He didn't need to.
That was huge.
Helicopter.
Like full frontside flat rotation here. Watch this, ladies and gentlemen. I like the intent here, Mark and Shannon.
Well,
look, oh no, it's not frontside, it's backside, and he's gone stalefish grab.
Backside? No, it's frontside.
That was frontside.
It wasn't.
Frontside as on the takeoff, and then goes for the grab as
flat
well.
Spin that way.
We'll have to take one more look at that.
It was the sort of way
take
where...
a look at Clyde. What's going on in his mind now? Is he like...
He's probably having a meltdown.
Yeah. Let's watch it again. Here we go. There it is. Backside stalefish. Backside spin, so he's not frontside spin. It's
right, so it's not an air reverse because he's not going with the
No.
projection of the way he's already
Correct.
facing. He's actually reversing that into sort of an alley-oop.
Yeah, well, alley-oop's over that way, but this is flat spin air and stalefish grab. He's
There
grabbed
he goes. That's what his coach was on about. Raise your arms. Release
Oh,
that
right.
surfer up at 3.
Let the next people. He's so excited about that one.
So cool, you guys.
Oh, man. Okay, so current situation for those of you tuning in, we're about halfway through this heat. 31 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. At the moment, China is sitting in first. Their high scores, a 5 and a 5.4 for Zihao Wu, who was the first surfer. Second high scores for China, Zixi Yang with a 7.5 and a 9.83. Her 7.5 would have been well to the 9s or close to a 10, 100% off of the strength of that second turn. This is our surfer in blue now for Team Japan.
Yes.
Be their third surfer, maybe.
Their third surfer. All right, so we've got Kaisei Adachi for Japan now in the water, surfer number 3. And look at the size of that set. I think it's growing. The swell is definitely coming back in, huh?
Look at that thing stretching
It's
right
happening,
off screen
ladies
to the
and
left.
gentlemen.
Yep. So, a third surfer for Team Japan. They're doing it really well time-wise, and I can see their real big star is their fourth surfer, Iko Watanabe.
Wow.
He's going to have a full amount of time out there in the lineup to add to whatever these 3 can put together. So they're going to have to, because China just went nuts with the 9.83 and a 7.50 as their keepers off one surfer. She's put together, what's that, probably 17 points on her own, over 17 points just by herself.
Yeah, no, that is incredible surfing there. And I don't know, I did like the 9.83 personally. I'm going to hang my hat on that. But it doesn't matter. It's that close to a 10 anyway. And she's done the job. So right now, the powerhouse nation at this stage of it is China. Who would have thought?
Incredible. They've been working towards this goal for so many years now. In the lead up to Tokyo 2020 for the Olympics, the Chinese Surfing Federation has gotten a lot of funding, and they've been able to put in a lot of work, specifically in Hainan Island, you know, kind of taking note of the strongest of the pack of the kids that are kind of up and coming and really starting to get some good training into them for the last decade. I mean, some of these kids are only 14 years old, like Zishi in the water. We're talking over the last 10 years, a real strong investment, but with a really long history of surfing in China as well. There's actually, you know, the kind of the legends and the stories, the images as far as drawings and things go as far back as the ancient times for our surfers to be, you know, for the Chinese community to be riding waves.
Well, this is the big star out of China, ladies and gentlemen. This to get this next turn in as well, you know, just put it straight on rail and go throw it straight at that finishing move. Talk about precision timing. All 4 moves just really linked up well. So, you know, she's got power to burn. The flow right there was totally evident. So, a huge future for CG Young.
All right, so we would be into our third surfer now for Team China, who's going to be Yingzheng Zheng on the women's side for the team as well, starting out with 1 man competing and then 3 of the women from their team. We've got our surfer in white, I could see waving his arms as well, which was Christopher Duraney for Team Lebanon. So he's got a couple small scores on the board.
He's out of there.
But he's going to be out of there, and that's going to open up the door for Lena Abdel Noor on the women's side of the draw to be out here competing. And she's been surfing for about 10 years, started surfing in her early 20s, and has just fallen in love with it out of a great career as a snowboarder beforehand.
Alibaba.
So yeah, here's the coach paddling out, and
Lebanon.
sorry, go on.
You go.
No, here's the coach paddling out. He's going to be one of the team members here. But I'm liking what they've done now. We had a little bit of a chat about this. Time management is key. They want to finish within the time. So that for them has been one of those things. So our last surf, he's only had 2. He's now going to send Lena out there now for her moment in the sun, as it were, for Lebanon. And yeah, these guys are keen to finish within the time frame.
All right, and the scary thing about what's going on here with Team China, we were just having a chat about their program, is their oldest surfer is in this tag team is 19 years of age.
Wow.
They've just sent 14-year-old CG out and went above 17 points by herself. Yijing Zhang is 14 years of age as well, so he's in the lineup right now. And then their finishing surfer, Jenny Wen, 17 years of age.
Oh,
so
my goodness.
They're all teenagers, they're all young pups, and they've got a strong lead right now over what we were calling the powerhouse of the event in Team Japan. So,
are you not entertained, Mark?
I am, totally. Really cool. You know.
Team Japan there on the shoreline, feeling stoked with performances so far. That's Sumomo. She dropped in a 6-point ride as her high score. She actually came in after her second wave, which means that they're being really conscious of the time
management
specifically.
Yes, exactly, Shannon. And I'm liking that too, you know, like this is going to pretty much go down to the wire between China and Japan. Look at it, Mark intimated before. Japan are keeping their gun till the last surfer. So there's going to be a lot of pressure on him. I don't know about you guys, I am so enjoying this right now. I don't even want to see this one end for another half an hour or an hour. This is really good, but the cool thing about it is that it is time precisioned. So these guys have got to get the performance on behalf of the team within the designated time slot, and that could be the difference between winner, loser, and the also ran.
That's right, due to the fact that if a team does not... Oh, we got a left here for Team China.
So that would be Jinzi Zhang.
All right, we did see a left in competition earlier today, and it wasn't super highly rewarded, but it gave a couple opportunities for some good turns.
Certainly did. I remember that wave, and in fact, the first turn was really good. Second turn on that one was also so, and it came in around about the mid-range 4, Shannon. So the message by the judges where it was like meh.
You're going left on a right-hand point.
Yes.
Shame on you.
The judges went meh.
Not quite as into it as we were, seeing a good looking, well, a couple of turns, maybe not with that critical nature though. Correct. As we take a look at our surfer in blue with the paddle, that was Kaisi Adachi, 15 years old. So as we're talking about, you know, the youthful side of the Chinese team, same thing happening with Japan for this week. And great to see, you know, there's so many great surfers coming out of Japan that are holding in their open divisions across the World Surfing Games events and across the Challenger Series and the qualifying series as well. We're now getting to see them pour into that next generation, give them the opportunity to represent their nation across both the open divisions and the under 18s this week. And I think that's a strong move from a nation that already has so many strong surfers to be able to then go, okay, we've already got top 20 that could be filling in this event. They could have shown up with a field of surfers that are championship tour level surfers right now already on both the men's and women's field, but instead they're investing into that next generation as we see some live action.
Kaisi Adachi here, so here's one of the people they're investing in. A group of juniors is what they brought down here. They did not bring an open surfer across both divisions, hedging their bets that the Groms are going to get it done, and to this stage they're probably feeling a little pressure from Team China, but individually in the main event they are all positioned well in their own junior boys and in the men's division. They're going really well. So this is a free hit out for these crew. It's a bit of national pride on the line, but more so just a fuss free hit. They're killing it in their individual divisions, and they want to sort of maybe try and stomp it across the board and take all the trophies.
Now I think we've missed it, but Maldives have already had their third surfer compete. We could see Aya Nassim there paddling across the lagoon. So a couple small scores on the board for the marine biologist who has a huge passion in pouring into the next generation of surfers, as well as those wanting to protect the coral reefs here at home where she lives. But that means that they've got another great surfer that's headed out.
Well, they have Hood Ahmed is, no slouch. He'd prefer if it was barreling out there. His real strength is his backhand tube riding, as I saw firsthand the other day. So he did advance out of a heat earlier today, a repechage heat, to put himself still in the mix in the individuals. Meanwhile,
as we see Yin Zhang now up and riding on her backhand, unfortunately just comes unstuck. Take a look at scores. Her opener was just a 117. Let's take another look at this one, Mal.
Yeah, this wave here just goes all a little bit awry for our competitor from China on that one there. And she's just gone down for the count a little bit on that, but that's okay. But you raised a good point while there's a break here, Shannon. I'd like to think about the numbers and the population numbers game with this too. So this is going to, we've got China, how many people? That has got to be the most populated country on the planet. Then we've got Japan, Tokyo alone, 25 million people just live in capital city alone. The Maldives have how many people? It's a small island nation, and they're drawing on their limited resource of population, and they're surfing like this with their teams. We've got to turn around and go, you know what? These guys are batting well and truly above their weight in doing what they're doing here at this event here, and I think that needs to be pointed out,
Well, I think the advantage that they do have as well is the fact that they have world-class waves. They have access to better surf than so many other nations around the world.
That's where I was going with that.
Yeah, it's been incredible to just be able to witness that.
And they're on home soil, and they're all pretty relaxed customers. They don't seem very stressed. It's the island of life, and they just roll around and cruise and high five all day long and surf when it's absolutely pumping, and watch us go out when the tide's draining out. We've got it all wrong, and they just laugh at us and go, you tourists, what do you know?
Yeah, what are you doing?
But there is a lot to like about just their humbleness and their cruisiness. And
couldn't agree more.
And are they going to really take it serious and try and travel the world and put wetsuits on and ride inferior waves? I don't know.
Why leave, right, when you can live in paradise, Mel?
Exactly, and then that was it. I made an offer and an invitation to the Maldivian coach, but he said something funny to me about this, and I guess I could tell that story, is that if you wanted to have a bathroom break and you're actually wearing a wetsuit, the kids from the Maldives said to him, no, we can't do that. And that was their thing, was they couldn't wear a wetsuit because they didn't quite get the fact that if you need to have a bathroom break, that you'd do it in your wetsuit.
Well, in cold water, it's one of the good things about a wetsuit. Not that any of these boys would ever know what a wetsuit even is.
Oh, no, it was so fun.
So many different things about surfing around the world,
It's
and
cool,
different temperatures. As we take a look at some live action here, focus back on what really matters as we see an attempt from Kaisei unfortunately goes down, and that's going to be
his
third wave.
Yes.
A 3.67 for his last one, and this may be a missed opportunity, Mark?
Kind of. It was just one of those waves that it was not slow enough, It was just the whole first half of the wave was race, and he probably started feeling the pressure that he'd done nothing. and got forced into perhaps a manoeuvre that was not quite right. He's waving his arms now, trying to release Iko Watanabe, who is their big hitter. He's an amazing surfer. He's going to have roughly 20 minutes. Would that be right, Shannon? If we can have
That's
a look. Yep,
on
20
the dot.
minutes. So they'll be hoping he can bring it home. They've got a lot of catching up to do at this stage. They're 7 points behind China. So Iko Watanabe's going to have to serve out of his skin here to get a big number and then hope perhaps that China don't finish on time. Red now, Hood Ahmed, the tube rider we were talking about before. He's one of the elder statesmen of the team as well, and all the boys look up to him. He rolls around with the Reef brothers.
That was a great looking wave coming into that
doing
last
good,
turn.
well,
Lena.
All right, Lena, now up and
Lebanon.
riding. Solid.
Go, Lebanon.
That was awesome. Team China now up and riding once again. Just comes
Oh.
unstuck, unfortunately.
Ungainly dismount there,
Gonna
Shannon.
get cleaned up now as well. That's
Yeah.
set rolling through.
Well, that's going to be her third wave.
Oh,
So as
out
long
the
as she
back.
can get that signal into
Iko.
her team, she'll be on the change as we see our
Iko.
surfer from
Oh,
Japan.
get outta here,
That was an
you
incredible
guys.
performance.
Oh my goodness. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Benefit of the replay here. This first hit is massive. Look at that airdrop down into the bottom section. Now this second turn here, oh, get out of here. This is a big number.
Yep, he could have fallen twice so easily on that wave, hey.
That is risk, reward,
Yep.
and commitment
Degree
is
of difficulty, all those things.
on edge.
Yep.
All right, so that'll be the first wave for Iko Watanabe, as Kaisei Adachi's already on the inside, back with his team most likely. So for Team Japan, we're on to our final surfer. Team
Yep.
China's got a score to drop as well, so they'll be transitioning into their final surfer.
Maldives on their final surfer.
That's right. And Lebanon on their third surfer, still with one more to go. But we've got a score to drop for Lena, and we are going to have one more wave for her. I believe that'll just be her first score so far. And then their last surfer, Ali, is actually their team coach.
Alibaba.
He is, isn't he?
I reckon
Yeah.
his theory is go last and probably get the line up to yourself because the other nations are probably going to be
Look
out
at
of there
this
shortly.
replay, guys.
Yeah, that
I'm
was sick.
asking the question, and he's asking the question with this performance. If he gets this in the nines, mid-nines, that's got to put Team Japan back into the mix, yeah?
Well, let's see. It
Let's
is
have
going
a
to be
look
an
at that.
important number. It's got to be a big one because
It's got to be big.
And not only that, but there's been a couple of fumbles and a couple of huge numbers dropped from Team China.
Yes.
Now, yeah, they're requiring a 6.93 to move from second into first. So anything in that 7-point range takes them right into the lead.
And-
But they have more waves ridden as well. We've got to remember that over China. So they're on their fourth surfer's first wave. China have just counting three rides from only 3 surfers. So they're a wave ahead, Team Japan.
That's
So-
right. Yep. Great insight on that one. China hasn't quite gotten a first wave with their 4th surfer yet.
So how intriguing is this? This is playing out down to the end of the wire.
Hood Ahmed, a 4.73 for his first out
Yep.
of the Maldives. 2 more opportunities to just finish on a high here for Team Maldives. I can't see them challenging for a first or second place.
And scores in, it's an 8.83 for last of Iko Watanabe, or first of Iko.
And he's got 2 more chances.
He's got
Weird.
2
How
more
much time? There's
chances.
got to be about 18 or 17 minutes. There we go, 16:40. So he can feel a little bit, relieve some pressure, because if he nails another one, it's blockbuster, and he will still have time to really, really tee off on a third wave if he needs it.
And I can't believe you missed it. A pair of apes.
There you go, 8.8. So,
All right, so
let's go ahead. It's
Team Japan has taken the lead with that one. As we
Weird.
said, they were chasing just below a 7 to take first.
Here he goes
Here he goes
again.
again.
This is interesting and exciting.
Oh!
No
okay,
way.
that's only a second attempt. He's going to get one more.
Yep.
But
He was on his way. That was massive. How he got from the bottom into the roof like that. Like, look at this. Will be classic 6 o'clock, 12 o'clock surfing. If you want to get an idea of what that term means when you're watching a surfing event, watch what our Japanese guy does. He pokes the nose when he does this, but oh, look at this, the replay. Go Team Lebanon. Look at that snowboarding stance. Yeah, she's got a foot there. She's moved it across to the center of that board, and oh, that's a classic moment.
that was awesome.
That
Love
was
that for
awesome.
Lena Abdonor. They've
Well
got 2
done.
Lenas on the team, and she's going to be now looking for her second ride to finish out and change over with teammate Ali. Now we're down to 15 minutes on the clock, so probably the most challenging point right now is the fact that Team China hasn't got their last surfer is going to be heading out into lineup now. But Team Lebanon is going to have a little bit of that race against the clock now coming through because technically they need to have 3 more waves caught to keep themselves without getting any points docked by the end of the heat.
Japan will be hoping that China can't finish on
That's
time and scoop up an extra or lose 5 points.
That's what I mean. That's why that was a telling ride there. That 8.8 was needed to be there at that time.
Iko Watanabe, what's happened there? He seems to have an interference or
well,
something.
Well, according to live heats, it looks like there's an interference on Iko. But we're not sure of anything that has unfolded.
Could be a misprint or, well, it's not. It's on the scoreboard.
Yeah,
it's on the scoreboard.
Down. He must have over-hassled somebody or...
Unless it's, this is interesting, you guys. So a little bit of controversy here. We won't elaborate on it because we don't know the details at this point, so we'll hold on that. But at this stage, it would appear that there has been an interference call on Team Japan against Team China.
I just saw him with his arms up in the air in a blue rash vest, so that's Iko maybe asking the question as to what, where, how. We didn't see anything, so like you're saying, Mel, it's mum's the word on our behalf.
Can't speculate, buddy.
No, so...
We will try and get that information, and we'll let you know the moment that we have it. If there has been a scenario, it's on the scoreboard, so we know that something has happened. Also, with that interference, it means that Iko currently is losing his 8.83, his first scoring ride, and that jumps Team China back into the lead by just 2 points. So we still have our 4th surfer for Team China is now going to be heading into the lineup. That is Jinyi Wen from their women's team. She's going to be paddling out there looking for her first waves. Iko is in the water, now going to be looking for his last wave, a 1.47 as the only counting wave, although he had an 8.83 on the scoreboard. Our surfer from the Maldives, Hood Ahmed, has a 4.73 for his last wave, and he's now got the opportunity still to catch 2 more before the buzzer sounds. He's their 4th surfer. And Lena drops in another score, so she's got a 1.93 and a 1.27. She's going to be changing over with their 4th surfer, Ali, who's going to be heading into the lineup. So we are going to have all 4 surfers as the last surfers for each nation out there at the moment. And still wide open for who's going to take that leading position.
There's some nerves going on the boardwalk out there, on the viewing platform from all the team members. Pretty anxious, you know. The Maldives are probably realising maybe they could get up and challenge Japan for perhaps that 2nd position. Japan are probably hoping that China don't finish on time and that something goes a little, you know, they fumble around a little bit with their last surfer. Iko Watanabe, they'll be hoping they can get another huge performance out of him because, his 8.83 at this stage is a 0. So he's packing a 1 point something. So that fall off turned into super critical stuff, seen as his first big number got deleted. We were thinking that's a throwaway, no pressure, but there is pressure. That's a keeper. So here goes a surfer now for China, and this would be Jijing Zhang. Oh no, it's actually Jenny Wen. So Jenny is another young surfer. Let's have a little look here. She's 17 years of age. She's riding the Channel Islands 5.6, and she's the 5th place in the Chinese Open group as well. Here she is.
Yeah, here's Jinji now doing her best for her country. So yeah, just a nice series of little inside mid-face traverse turns across the face of the wave. So small wave, not too much there sort of going on as such. So not going to be a huge score this one. But at this point though, A, you want to finish. B, you want to be able to get your scores on the board. And I guess reverting back to that. Oh, Hood's now probably he's got stung into action perhaps with that interference, thinking that maybe the Maldivians can get to the silver medal position in this Aloha Cup.
That was easily the best wave we've seen for a while out of the Maldivians.
Yeah, they may be sensing the door is ajar.
Clyde and the team members there, giving him a big rev up, and he's still got 10 minutes to get out there and ride one more wave.
But you'd think, Mark, Japan's sort of got to get that 8.8 at least back. So for him to do, because they will always lose their high scoring wave in this scenario, so he needs to score something in the 8.9 or better. So as that one gets deleted, and at least then they can get that 8.8 ride back again in their scoring line.
Well, they won't. It becomes a 0.
doesn't their high scoring wave become a 0? So if he gets a 9.2, the 9.2 would become a 0, and then the 8.8 would count.
Well, if they're doing priority and it was a priority interference,
That's what I'm thinking.
yeah, then it becomes a 0.
The high scoring wave becomes a 0.
No,
does
the
it?
wave he rides.
Oh, is it?
The wave
Okay,
he
I
ride
thought-
becomes the 0.
So then he's got, you're saying, a second chance format. In other words, if the next wave he gets is a 9.2, that
That's a
would
keeper.
score.
Yeah,
Oh, well, that's what he's got to go for then. He
Yeah.
has to beat that.
And what we've got to remember as well, China's fourth surfer being their female surfer, you know, compared against Japan's fourth surfer. Oh, well, China's fourth surfer is a female, and that's Jenny. So they do have to kind of score though compared to
Everyone.
how
Oh, that's
CG
exactly right.
went.
Yes.
So
That's
it's
exactly
going to bring
right.
that number down a little bit from Jenny. Meanwhile,
So
9
current
minutes to sort it
situation,
out.
yeah,
What
we've
is the
got
sit-
9 minutes 30 seconds on the clock. Ginny Wen has dropped in a 3.83 for her opening ride for China, so she's got 2 more opportunities to try and build on that. Has bumped up their heat total to a 36.63. Our surfers from Japan are sitting in second place at the moment with a 30.77 points. Maldives with 25.36, and our surfer from Lebanon, our surfers from Lebanon on a heat total of a 10.10. Of course, all requirements are to move into that winning position, so that
Yes.
technically has the Maldives in a combination situation,
Yep.
chasing a lot more than 2 fresh
21.
scores, but
Yeah.
21.28 points, and for Lebanon also 26.54. So they're out of question for them to be able to take away those leading positions. Conversation at the moment being between China and Japan, and it does sound like word from the tower is that there's a 5-point dock on Team Japan because he left the starting position off the buoy before the signal. So he jumped the
Controversy.
gum, started, it would be the same from a beach start,
That
running
was-
out of the box before getting tagged by the hand.
Yeah.
So he has left the buoy too early before the actual signal from the surfer to pull out. And so for sure 5 points docked. Now I'm not entirely clear on why we've lost that 8.83, if there
Yeah.
was an actual priority interference in the conversation. But we do know that there will be some points docked, and so
Whoa.
we're going to call this through as we know it's happening right now, but I'll give you any more information as I have it.
Good work. Good insight there from Shannon Hughes.
Nice investigation, Shannon.
Yep.
And we'll find out at the end of it all what goes on.
And it's interesting for me, the Japanese surfer's gone quiet. Is he sitting there now waiting? Because he's only got one more wave, hasn't he?
Yep. Yep.
And he's probably thinking,
It's
I
got to be
need
a
to
screamer,
blow up.
regardless.
Yes.
I need a screamer.
So this could be the Hail Mary of all time.
It could be.
Yes.
Yeah, because he's gone, well, the only way to win now is to go
Is
huge.
massive.
Is go huge
Yeah.
and get to that little yellow
within
marker.
the time. So the
within,
time is
yeah,
at the moment
7
manageable.
minutes.
He can
Yep.
do it, but he's got to get a good wave, and he's just got to go ham on it, Mark.
He's got to. So this will be, make for good viewing because he's got to red line his next
Oh,
wave
wow.
and really put something together like he did on his first. Shannon, it's getting pretty nervous. There's been quite a bit of drama attached to this Aloha
Wow,
Cup. We might have lost a bit of
I mean-
Aloha because there's high drama, but
There
it's all
often
good.
is, honestly. I mean, the Aloha Cup, it's so much about the spirit of it, right? And really that Aloha spirit of the great Duke Kahanamoko and trying to just share that love of the ocean and competitiveness and fun out together. But I promise you, every time I've called an event like this, there has been something that's gone down where, someone jumps the gun too early or someone doesn't actually let their hands leave the rail on a wave and it doesn't quite count, and so there's usually some kind of dock of points. It's always a 5-point dock specifically, whether it's that they didn't catch all the waves that they needed to, or that there is, they've left the booth or the sand too early, or in this case, the buoy out in the lineup. So we have received clarification that for right now, all we know is that surfer in blue left the buoy too early before there was a signal from his teammate, and so they are going to be docked 5 points. Now I'm unsure as to why we have the interference going through the 8.83. That may just be the way that it's showing up in our live heats in front of us. But we're going to leave that in the hands of the judges, and we'll see how this
Here he
rolls
goes.
out.
Oh,
no!
high drama.
Oh, you
They're-
cannot script this.
Their big weapon's going
Are
to
you
come in with a
kidding?
pair of ones.
Wow. You cannot script this.
Oh, Wow, that was so
my goodness.
unfortunate.
And look at the
No
wave.
way. Now at the moment, China is already ahead by about 6 points. They've got 36.63 on the board, 30.77 on the board for Japan. So China's done well anyways to increase their heat total. Even if the 833 was counting, China would still be sitting in that leading position, I believe, with those 5 points knocked off. So this is crazy though, because that's going to be the third wave for our surfer from Japan, and he's going to be finished.
That's all she wrote.
Yeah, so apart from that wave of Eco, CG Young has the 2 highest scores out of anybody that served here in the Aloha Cup. That's how good she is.
That's how good she really is.
Wow, and Eco, the big, pinch hitter from Japan, just 2 things went wrong at the start. Something's gone wrong at the end, and he's had a bit of a shocker, but Alibaba's first wave right there representing Team Lebanon.
All right, now this is super important because he needs to catch a second wave. We've got less than 5 minutes on the clock, which is a lot of time. It sounds like a small amount of time, but that's a ton of time now to be able to get up on a second wave, even if it's just that whitewater, hands leave the rail, and catch a foamy into this yellow buoy.
Yeah.
All right, so here's our first team about to finish all their allotted rides.
Ginny now with a quick little high line to finish.
She'll go in and tag the yellow buoy mark.
There we go. Very disappointed.
Yeah,
Smash that thing.
Oh boy, this is an upset in the making.
You know what I'm sensing out of that? You watch him in his next heat.
Oh.
There's going to be a little bit of a revenge.
He's going to blow up in his next heat. I'd hate to be in that heat if I was another competitor.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Look at this. This is a victory lap here.
Well, huge performance. Well done to Ginny for bringing it in
guys.
at the end. Team China for Zihao as well. He put together a great heat at the start, a couple of 5s.
And look at the Maldivians just
forget,
belting it. Go, you good thing.
He needs 21 points out of this wave.
Only 21? Is that right?
Oh, you good thing. That's awesome.
Well, incredible surfing and great performance from Hood to finish things off. He put a 4.73 on the board, a 5.27, and now we've got one more score to drop through as he is coming on to the inside. He's going to tag that buoy. Team coach Clyde there from South Africa has been pouring into the Maldivian surf crew and surf team specifically for a while.
That's a different story to what we saw out of Eco. He's hugging the boy, and Eco tried to smash it to pieces.
He's just soothing it down after what our Japanese competitor
the highs and lows.
Now look, it's not over. Please stop, you guys. The real this is the real part of this now. Let's see what Team Lebanon can do here now to not get docked 5 points.
2 minutes 30 seconds. He's still sitting on a back line.
Quick!
He's got a 103 on the board for his first wave. Now, I heard him having a chat with Kimifumi Imoto, who is our contest director from the Asian Surfing Federation, asking a few questions, getting a brief for all the surfers. And Ali raised his hand amongst all the surfers, and he said, now what happens at the very end if somebody doesn't actually stand up on there and get their scoring last wave, right? And Imoto said, just catch any wave, get a foamy, stand up, let your hands leave the rail, and then get yourself into that buoy. Absolutely. And Ali was like, oh, just that? Okay, it's that direct. So he knows specifically what he needs to do in the situation.
Give us a look at the clock. What have we got, 90 seconds?
Oh, here
wow,
we go.
This is going to be, 2 minutes, 30 seconds more than the 90 seconds.
Come on, Ali, just turn around and start paddling in and get a whitewatery and stand up on it and then get to that buoy. Boy.
The big fella, and that's where the teams are positioned out there.
Look at that, folks.
Under the, the viewing platform and those orange tents. It's a really cool viewing part of the Thulusdhoo experience, and there's been a lot of tension out there on that wooded platform. None more so than out of the Team Japan, and wow, they were right there in the mix. They started better than any team. Then the CG effect came into
play
for Team China.
Come on, you good thing. Sorry, Mark, I'm just getting a little bit excited.
He's just got a beeline it for the yellow marker.
Here he goes. And he knows it too.
Come on, have a look over your shoulder. He's gone past it. He surfed past
it. I mean, he's on a smoker of a wave. This is great. Go, Ali. Little floater to finish, showing us why he is the coach.
Let's see what he can do.
We never get to see the coaches compete.
This is cool.
Okay, but he's got to get himself in. He's got
How long has he got?
He's got a minute. He can do this.
Oh, this is cool as. Look at this. This will be their probably best wave, so the coach is going to... Well, second best wave. We saw that first wave from their first surfer.
He's got to risk fins and fiberglass to get to that yellow marker.
Oh, look at this drama.
35 seconds. We don't even know where he is because we're just getting to enjoy this wave.
Oh.
Surely he makes it in and hits that. All right, so clean finish. Great surfing, Allie. That was awesome. But let's see where he is in real time. Down to 20 seconds.
Oh, he's paddling against the rip.
The rip's got hold of him.
The rip's got him.
No way.
Look at him, the big fella huffing and
my
puffing.
goodness.
10 seconds. We can't see the
How
yellow
far
marker.
away
He's
is
not
this?
going to make it.
Now the time on the actual screen is just off from ours down here. So
Oh,
he's got 15 seconds
15
on
seconds.
screen. It looks
No, it
like it's
doesn't.
out of the mark.
No. Oh.
Siren's gone.
wow.
10 seconds to go for him on
no.
that side of things.
How far away was he?
he's
Let's
not
have
He's
a
not
look.
going to make it, is he?
No.
Let's have a look.
Okay, now.
He overfrothed and rode the wave
He
too far.
He did.
And he was the one surfer that asked the question in the meeting, too.
That was
Of all the
so-
guys, Allie, that was awesome.
So cool.
Oh, man. Well, I do have an update from the tower that the mark of the penalty on our surfer from Japan actually is not, we're not actually taking away the 8.33, so that still counts, but that means that their heat total is still shy of Team China. It's going to be a 35.77 for Team Japan, including the 833, but without the 5-point ride. And so therefore, Team China will be taking the win with a 38.70 heat total, as Team Japan will fall through with about a 35-point heat
That's
title.
what I saw. Yeah.
Okay.
That's
Oh.
how close it was.
Oh, well done, Team China.
Oh, absolutely.
And,
yeah. Well done, Team China.
So day 5 over and out on behalf of Mark Clift, Mel Caithness, Shannon Hughes. What a great fun way to finish. You know, we're halfway through the event effectively. 4 days of surfing to come. It's all the high-end stuff, all the semi-finals and finals, I think, from pretty much from here on in. But that was a good way, good fun way to, you know, round out a lazy, what is it, Thursday afternoon?
Yeah.
It is.
Not a bad way to finish things off. Incredible performance from Team China as well, off the strength of Zixi Yang with the 9, and near, it would have been close to another 9 for sure, if no doubt, with that 7.5 on the fall. But an incredible performance and the strength of the rest of the team to get them just over the edge to take the win.
And don't forget to tune in the next couple of days. This swell is infilling again.
All right, well, that's good news. I'm not sure of the time call for tomorrow morning. I think it might be probably 8 o'clock from maybe at 8:30. We're speculating, but we do have a recap on the whole Aloha Cup, everybody. So stay tuned online and check out these highlights.